means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I think
Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games
10,
with this president. It's
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think
seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games
10,
with this president. It's
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think
seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games
10,
with this president. It's
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think
seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games
10,
with this president. It's
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think
seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games
10,
with this president. It's
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think
seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
Don't play games.
11,
Don't play games
10,
with this president. It's
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think
seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games
10,
with this president. It's
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Estimates now.
15 seconds.
Chief
Guidance is
Agent.
internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. It's
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Estimates now.
15 seconds.
Chief
Guidance is
Agent.
internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. It's
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Estimates now.
15 seconds.
Chief
Guidance is
Agent.
internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. It's
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Estimates now.
15 seconds.
Chief
Guidance is
Agent.
internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. It's
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Estimates now.
15 seconds.
Chief
Guidance is
Agent.
internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. It's
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Estimates now.
15 seconds.
Chief
Guidance is
Agent.
internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. It's
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Estimates now.
15 seconds.
Chief
Guidance is
Agent.
internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. It's
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Estimates now.
15 seconds.
Chief
Guidance is
Agent.
internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Estimates now.
15 seconds.
Chief
Guidance is
Agent.
internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Estimates now.
15 seconds.
Chief
Guidance is
Agent.
internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Estimates now.
15 seconds.
Chief
Guidance is
Agent.
internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Estimates now.
15 seconds.
Chief
Guidance is
Agent.
internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Estimates now.
15 seconds.
Chief
Guidance is
Agent.
internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Estimates now.
15 seconds.
Chief
Guidance is
Agent.
internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think
seconds.
she
Guidance
stage
is
now.
internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get on with that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think
seconds.
she
Guidance
stage
is
now.
internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get on with that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think
seconds.
she
Guidance
stage
is
now.
internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get on with that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think
seconds.
she
Guidance
stage
is
now.
internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get on with that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think
seconds.
she
Guidance
stage
is
now.
internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get on with that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think
seconds.
she
Guidance
stage
is
now.
internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get on with that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think
seconds.
she
Guidance
stage
is
now.
internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get on with that?
sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Estimates now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Estimates now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Estimates now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea.
Wow, we're back.
What
We
is
are
up,
so
MTS?
back.
Welcome
What's up,
back.
MTS?
Happy
Welcome back to
Monday.
MTS. Today is Monday, July 13th, 2026, and we have
A third person here for the first time. It's my very first day officially full-time hosting, so I'm kind of nervous. I see you guys always on the state of the timeline doing the thing, and I'm like, okay, I'm intercepting on the duo. Now it's becoming a trio, but thank you for having me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're so hype.
Yeah, we're so hyped. This is going to be awesome.
I know, I can't wait. I was like asking right before we did this. I was like, okay, how do we prep for the state of the timeline? And it's like, well, it's the morning of, so there is no prep. You look at what's happening
Yeah.
currently right
Mhm.
now, and we report on it right now. And I was like, and you just
And we
do
riff on
that
it.
every day. And
The
they're
prep
like, every
is
day.
monster flow state scrolling,
Perfect. Perfect.
opening new tabs.
So it's like your regular scrolling on Twitter, but you just have your brain said articulated out loud.
Yeah.
in your
Yes,
monologue.
exactly.
Literally, yeah. This is the whole.
It's
this
like
is the whole
internal
show.
monologue, but external.
This
Don't
is so
don't
fun.
tell people all of our secrets.
Oh my god, I've never had my inner monologue on a live stream, so
I don't have an inner monologue.
wow.
So every time I'm like, yay, I get to find out what I think.
You say it out loud and you watch yourself, you're like, those are my thoughts.
This is
Yeah.
still crazy that Sophia just does not have an inner monologue.
Yeah, I don't. It's
That's-
actually
could
really
not
bad.
imagine.
I also don't have mental imagery, so
Really?
there's just like actually nothing going on.
You know what's funny? I actually
You're
found
literally an
out-
LLM.
It's called aphantasia, right? When you can't see
Aphantasia, yeah.
aphantasia, when
Aphantasia,
you
yeah.
can't see anything.
Yeah.
And people who have aphantasia typically tend to be artists because you can't see and visualize in your head. So
Yeah,
you
exactly.
have to do things like out in the physical because that's the only way you can like see what's happening in your brain. Like, isn't
Yeah.
that nuts?
No, I only have like musical imagery. So like, well, that's not imagery because it's auditory. But like,
but you can see it. It's like,
like
you see
I
the
can
colors.
hear things as if they were like as vivid as like real,
Yeah.
but I don't have like language going on at all.
Oh, this guy
Oh.
Glenn Keane, who did all of the like Disney movies in the 80s and 90s, Little Mermaid, Beauty and the Beast, Aladdin, Pocahontas, Tarzan, Tangled, had aphantasia.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Oh my goodness.
Makes sense.
Oh, wow. And his father was Bill Keane, who made The Family Circus, which is one of the all-time classic boomer comics.
Huh.
Interesting.
I don't know. Do you share all this on, like, can people see your screen right now?
They can see this window, but I have another window with secret stuff.
Ah.
Oh, with
that we
secret
don't-
stuff
yeah.
that they can't see.
Mm-hmm.
And then this is
You
your
should make
actual...
a Patreon where you can see the other tabs.
yeah, exactly. You get the secret MTS.
The exclusive
behind,
other tabs.
behind the scenes.
Anyway,
Anyway,
so
Yeah, let's jump into this.
let's jump. Oh,
we
and there's
must
no
talk
monitoring
now.
the
We
soccer
must
today.
act now. Oh, no more today.
Yeah. We have 4 games left. We're
Argentina.
100 games in now.
Ooh,
Can you
that's
believe
pretty
it? The
good.
last World Cup game was the 100th game.
We're at the final
Or
four.
match, sorry. Match. Yeah.
Wow.
Can't get
Wow.
caught lacking.
All right, we must act now. A statement on AI's transformation of the economy.
So it's 3 precepts. Sophia was like, why is this so short? The answer is because this is how open letters kind of have to work. So you can get as many people as possible to sign on to it. So people don't, say, oh, I take issue with this one part, so I'm not going to sign it. So AI may become radically more powerful over the next 10 years.
Big if true.
Big if true, yeah. There's no way it doesn't, of course.
T.
I love how there's so much hedging in all this language. This could drive an unprecedented transformation of our economy, larger than the Industrial Revolution, but unfolding over a vastly shorter time frame. It could bring risks, including large-scale job displacement, as well as opportunities such as major gains in living standards.
This reminds me of like how side effects are read on like pharma commercials,
Mm-hmm.
where it's like it may include suicide and death
Yeah.
as a side effect. Yeah.
Yeah,
and
just
then
look
third
at the
one?
disclaimers for like Tylenol
Yeah.
or like ibuprofen.
Well,
There's
you
like
have to cover your bases.
Yeah. And then economists, policymakers, and technology leaders must act now to understand the economics of transformative AI and to build the incentives, guardrails, and institutions needed to steer AI in a direction that complements humans and benefits society. So this is probably like the most, not controversial, but the point in these 3 bullet points that requires the most writing to get right. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with this.
Yeah, I mean,
so the call to action is what?
The call to action is literally just this. People must act.
Oh yeah.
We must act now.
So if you're watching this, please act now.
I feel like the this sort of messaging has kind of burned through a lot of goodwill. It kind of got like Boy Who Cried Wolfed by the climate change people, where they predicted like massive imminent catastrophe, and then that didn't happen. And then even though climate change has caused a lot of issues, the people more broadly are like
they're like sick
more
of it.
skeptical than they should because they're sick of this messaging from the elites saying like, oh, we need to massively change the economy or whatever.
I think it's also interesting the actual signatories. Like the first one is Eric. Oh, it's a long last name to pronounce.
Brynjolfsson.
Brynjolfsson.
He has Twitter.
And he's the director, right, of Stanford
Oh no way!
Digital
The
Economy
4th
Lab.
signer is from Meter.
From Meter.
They put him on 4th, ahead of Darren Ajimolu, who won a Nobel Prize, and Chad Jones, who's like the #1 economist who writes about AI and economic growth.
Wow.
Wow.
But total, there's about 200 different economists and AI researchers, right, who signed this.
Joseph Stiglitz also won a Nobel Prize. Unfortunately, he's totally cold out recently. He was on Thomas Piketty's like proposal for like global degrowth communism, which is sort of the opposite of what you would want with AI. You would at least want growth with your communism if you can get it for free with AI. Dan Hendricks from Case, Eric Schmidt from Google. Oh, Michael Kramer from UChicago. He's another famous guy. Paul Krugman and Ben Bernanke. Krugman is like a super long time New York Times columnist. And he is a Nobel laureate. Ben Bernanke just joined Anthropic. Remember this? He joined Anthropic's long-term benefit trust. And before that, he was the chairman of the Federal Reserve. Jan Tallinn was the CEO of Skype. He was the founder of Skype. He was also like basically the first large investor in Anthropic. So he's made huge money.
Oh, nice.
Yoshua Bengio is one of the godfathers of AI. Tyler Cowen, we all know Tyler Cowen. That's my goat right there.
Dean Ball,
we got to get him on soon. Oh, they have Dean Ball.
Yeah.
And also Jeff Dean, Jack Clark, Ronnie Chatterjee, Econ.
Oh, also
Wolf
Jasmine's
Sietch.
son. If you scroll down, she's on
Oh,
here.
really?
She has no title, though.
Wow.
It's just Jasmine's son.
Alex
Aura.
Emas, Jan LeCun. They put Jan LeCun so far down.
Yeah,
oh my
what?
God. They need
It's
to
kind of random order.
They need to figure out how to do like the most famous people first for Aura purposes.
Yeah.
Sholto
They got
Douglas.
Sholto Douglas.
John Schulman. Yeah, these are like titans of AI that are way down. Noam Brown, Boaz Barak, Daniel Kogotajlo. I can't believe they didn't
I think it's
Reach out to
interesting, yeah.
MTS for comment.
I know we're not on here, but
Yeah, I would have signed this.
you got people like Darren, A Small Glue. You got, I think, Eric Schmidt's on here. All signing the same thing. And I guess that's one of the reasons why it has to be a little vague. You can't have some definitive controversial statements here because you want enough people to sign it, but also showing, hey, all of us economists, AI researchers, we all recognize how this is going to affect the economy and what are the actual effects of that. What is that call to action? Unclear,
The call to action's nothing.
But that's not the point of
It's
these,
vibes.
right? The
Oh,
point of
I
these
just-
is not to have a specific call to action. It's just to say, like, this is something important.
Broad
All
support,
these people recognize the impact of it.
I just learned that Rob Reich from Stanford is actually not the same guy as Robert Reich, who is a professor at Berkeley, confusingly.
Oh, the rivals.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know
Berkeley
they have a
ganger.
little specific Rob Reich section at the big game, and they have to rival each other out. Which professor? Just kidding, Robs.
Arjun Ramani, I think I know that guy. Yeah. Yeah, I do know this guy. Anyway, yeah, really great list. Who is it missing, if anyone? Is Phil Trammell on here?
We can use this as a list of who we should invite on to MTS.
We should, yeah.
This is
So
actually
this is for
true.
guest hosting, and we can ask them specifically, be like, hey, come on, sign this, and then ask them specifically what's their call to action, because we must act now, those broad statements, right? They're just there to show the support. They're there to show who are the names in the space that do affect economic policy around here, or are going to be doing that, but it's not going to have specific call to action. So I'd be curious to get their perspectives.
Totally.
Yeah, they should each like expand and give like more solid proposals.
Yeah.
I
So
mean,
if you
they
signed
do.
this and you're watching, come on the show. We'll have you on today. That's the other thing I found out. You guys book all of the people
That's
day
true.
of.
We book
which is-
almost all of
Mindset.
our guests day of.
which is kind of awesome.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we have lots of 200 names here. Come on, there has to be one of you guys watching. So call in, phone us, send a DM, and we'll have you on in 15 minutes
Mm-hmm.
or 25.
Do you see
35.
Apple is suing OpenAI?
Oh, I first found out about this because on Twitter there was that tweet about the guy who was hired at OpenAI. He used to work at Apple, and
Johnny Ive?
Yeah, and he had these text messages on his work computer where he was stealing the files or talking about that. I mean,
Oh,
that
no,
was
that
part of the
one- that one
lawsuit.
was not Johnny
That was
Ive.
not Johnny Ive. I'm
Okay.
making up names. I don't know. I don't remember the names of tweets of people I see. And I know the tweet that I specifically saw was the guy who got hired at OpenAI. He was messaging with someone who is still at Apple to like get all the files, and he ended up doing that on his actual Apple work laptop.
Yeah.
So it was all found.
For context, by the way, like OpenAI has been like aggressively recruiting hardware people from Apple because Apple has, of course, some of the best hardware people in the world. And so, like, if you're trying to make your own hardware division, it helps to get people from Apple. And OpenAI famously acquired Johnny Ive's startup Lovefrom. Johnny Ive was the chief design officer at Apple. Like, basically, the design of Apple's products was basically just him and Steve Jobs.
Yeah.
So he was really, really big on Apple design, and he left to make his own design studio, Lovefrom, and then it was acquired by OpenAI, or like it was some weird merger thing. I don't think it was literally acquired, but you know.
Yeah.
And it was a huge amount of money. Oh my god, my window
the
manager's
hardware, by
crashing
the way,
right now.
being like largely robotics, presumably, or like what else do they need like physical hardware design for?
Oh, I found the tweet. Let's see. I'm sometimes really surprised by how dumb very highly paid people in tech can be. You leave Apple, you start building hardware at OpenAI, you access confidential Apple files on that hardware from an unreturned Apple laptop. Expect what? To get away with it? A damning lawsuit. And then it goes into how, if you look into the actual lawsuit and the allegations and where it actually connected, how they actually found where they stole the files over multiple weeks. And it was all on an actual Apple laptop. Being the hardware person.
Oof. Yeah.
There. So I know my Bloomberg subscription is not working at this, my Google Pay.
Oh, so the background is OpenAI could be making a phone. Could. Maybe.
They're doing
there's a lot
some
of
hardware.
rumors. Yeah.
It's not clear if it's a phone or like earbuds or like
Which
maybe
earbuds What would make more sense?
Maybe some sort of
Ray-Ban
like
glasses.
ultrasound tomography scanner for the human body, maybe.
Yeah, something like that. Maybe a novel
That
medical
was so
device
funny.
to be installed in spas.
Yeah, I was with Sophia the day of like the Midjourney hardware release,
Yeah.
and she was like, one of my sources has told me that the hardware release is earbuds. And then I see it and I text her, "Oh wow, it's extremely not earbuds."
It's definitely not. My
It's
source
like
said.
it's very much not earbuds.
My source says they got it from the wisdom above. So
Yeah.
Yeah. Source, trust me, bro.
the source was something I would want to have.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what.
But if it
OpenAI
is
hardware
earbuds,
is gonna be.
yeah, if it's
Wow.
earbuds, it could be like some sort of like assistant, voice assistant,
Language.
like language earbuds of some sort. I don't know why you would need the hardware to specifically be
Yeah.
for that, because you could do that from any pair of headphones. If it's a phone, maybe they're
Language
like
transcription.
doing a whole new OS or something.
Phone would be incredibly difficult. That's the
Yeah.
whole blockchain. Like a lot of blockchains, like Solana launched their phone, and now they're closing.
We
down.
have the
talked-
Solana phone
Yeah.
guy.
We
on.
talked to the
Yeah.
Solana phone guy.
Oh,
We talked
Yeah,
to the
yeah.
Solana phone guy.
Wow.
He said he might send us a phone.
What happened to that?
I was there at their phone launch opening party in 2022, and it was like, this is the future. Everyone's gonna have one of these, and it's 2026, and the only people who have one that I've met are you guys.
In the same way that the climate change people caused people to not believe the risks of AI, I think the blockchain people caused a lot of people to not believe in the technological progress of AI.
Yeah. Wait, why so?
Of AI.
It was just kind of a false start. Like you had all these blockchain people saying this is going to totally reshape society. It's going to change everything. Everyone's going to do everything on the blockchain, and then none of that happened. And like
Yeah.
it had some of an impact. It created a new multi-trillion-dollar asset class in a moderately sized industry, and employed a lot of people and made some people a lot of money. But it didn't have like the societal impact of the mobile phone revolution, let alone
Yeah.
like the internet.
Yeah.
And AI will, plus a lot more.
I think the difference too is in blockchain, it wasn't tangible value add that was it's a lot more systemic, the promises that it
Yep.
was going to change. And so in theory, its impact would have been felt if every single government and country and bank adopted it, but that obviously was not going to be the case. And so AI is completely different. But yeah, I think from an outsider perspective, you go, oh, crypto bubble 2021. This is just AI bubble 2026.
Yeah.
But the difference is
I hear
who
less.
used blockchain in 2021 and who uses AI in 2026.
Yeah, I hear fewer people say AI bubble. I don't hear this as much as I did like last fall.
Well, we don't hear it here, but people elsewhere are totally talking about AI bubble. Like,
well, by
in terms of like price as well and like revenue, like who's paying for it, like in its valuations. And that's very true. I think
No,
I
it
hear
isn't.
AI
but
bubble
there's
daily.
like the AI, like the state of AI right now is different in that there's not as much like debt financing as in previous bubbles.
well, there's more debt financing now because like companies are running out of free cash flow.
Yeah. As of late. But you do definitely hear it like places outside of SF. You will hear people.
Yeah, I
like,
feel like all my
Sure,
podcasts.
but I mean
Okay.
like if you're just reading like normie sort of highbrow news like the New York Times or Financial Times
Exactly.
or whatever.
Yeah.
Like you really would hear AI bubble a lot like last fall because what happened was GPT-5 came out. It was like a slight benchmark disappointment. And for whatever reason, people took that to mean like, holy shit, it's over. Diminishing returns have hit. The AI bubble is popping. It's over. Freak out and sell everything. And that didn't happen. And, models continue to get better. And the valuations continue to go up. And the supply chain components continue to become more important. And this is like just going to keep going.
I mean, I guess it's also for what specific pieces might be a bubble or overvaluated because it's not completely clear where the end consumer ends up paying for it for different types of products. And so does it make the money that its valuations say it will be interesting.
Yeah. I mean, there's like companies that are fairly insulated from it being a bubble like Google because they just are so profitable in general. So like to me, it's kind of like if the Mag 7 are already like most of the economy, there's no calling it like a big tech bubble. Like
Well, it's
that's
not
just how it is.
Most of the economy. It's much of the stock market.
Of
but,
the stock market, not the economy.
like,
But
what percent of U.S. GDP, I wonder, is Mag 7 revenue? Actually, what
GDP?
percent of U.S.
Not a
GDP
clue.
is tech companies, specifically Mag 7, or I'm just going to say specifically 1 trillion valuation tech companies.
It's 32 to 35% of the total market cap of the S&P.
Yeah, but
we'll see
that's
this.
with lots of like forward expectations, and it's not the same thing as
No, it's not.
current
It's definitely
GDP.
not
Yeah,
a one-to-one of the real economy.
Hides an
That's an
important
important
distinction that's worth getting right.
Mm.
Oh, it's gonna like lecture me on how.
I wonder if Fable 5 would have a different. And it's still around till July 19th.
I hope they just keep extending
They
it.
keep
a
extending
bit.
it. Like last night, I was like, okay, make sure I get everything I need done with Fable 5.
Do you see that one guy on Twitter who was like, oh, you know, I was like grinding so hard with Fable because I thought it was gonna go away that like I went to the hospital. Like Anthropic, do better.
Do better.
Do better, Anthropic. Like,
Do
okay,
better.
come on.
I know. I'm
Like-
like in panic mode that I'm like, it's like, I'm gonna lose her. I'm gonna lose her. I need to
You
make
can
sure
just
I
like
take all its
turn.
value.
You can just like turn the computer off and close the lid of the computer.
You'll stay alive.
Okay, so tech is a share of GDP value at about 10%.
Mhm.
And then trillion-dollar companies, these market caps. No, I'm not market cap revenue. Okay, so their combined revenue is about 2 trillion.
Mhm.
So it's about a little bit less than a tenth of American revenue,
GDP. Annual.
but of American GDP. But also like the revenue, for example, of Amazon is, you know, selling enormous quantities of goods.
Yeah.
And it's not the same thing as like, it's not people buying tech products per se. It's people buying products on a tech platform, which is not the same thing. So it's hard to say, but it's like tech as a percent of US GDP is like less than most people think.
Yeah.
What is
Which
the
is-
biggest category?
But in terms of what you're.
US GDP broken down by industry. Let's see. Bureau of Economic Analysis.
Is it like
Oh, this
energy?
is a really good chart. Contributions to percent change in real GDP by industry group in Q1 2026. So, which
Durable
industries are
goods,
increasing GDP the most? It's information,
information technology.
aka tech, yeah, and government spending,
Yep. No
and
surprise there.
professional, scientific, and technical services, and durable goods manufacturing. So, professional, scientific, and technical services is also tech, and durable goods manufacturing is semiconductors, largely.
Woohoo.
And then
Non-durable goods manufacturing.
we just have this sort of like bifurcated, like bimodal economy where like there's two different categories of things that are still growing, and one of the categories of things is just like government bloat and related industries. So for example, like literal government spending, real estate, because of government restrictions on supply increases, so the price of real estate keeps climbing and there's huge industry about it. Healthcare and social assistance, because you know, like government spending on these categories keeps increasing and the population keeps aging. And then on the other hand, pushing the economy in the other direction is technology. So it's like these are the only two kinds of things that are still growing in the modern economy. And everything else, you know, mining, food services, agriculture, finance, transportation
Praise
is
money.
flat or declining.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wholesale trade, retail trade.
Wait, is that correct? Finance and insurance
Mm-hmm.
It's declining.
is declining.
Mm-hmm.
Because I see another chart that is contributions to percent change in real GDP by industry group.
In Q4
2020.
2020.
Oh,
This
yeah,
is Q1 2026.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
Mm.
Okay, so in like 6 years, finance went from the top, like the most percent change
Finance and
in real
insurance.
GDP to like being slightly negative.
Well, it's a quarterly based contribution. So like stuff can change a lot from quarter to quarter.
Yeah. I see.
Especially like in Q4 2020, like there was a lot of like crypto stuff going on. There's a lot of like the stock market was ripping at the end of 2020
Yeah.
because of stimulus. That was strange. I like totally didn't expect that at the time. Anyway,
Speaking of,
we were talking
which
about
one are we gonna go into?
yeah,
This
let's
one
do
we got
let's do the
revenue. We can
ratepayer
do
protection.
TSMC revenue.
Yeah, that's relevant.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
My Bloomberg subscription, not active on this.
So
computer,
here's the
Mine is
strat.
active.
you type in the same headline, except you find the TechCrunch article or something similar.
TechCrunch, and then see exactly what's happening.
The budget Bloomberg.
Or just
I
paste
know.
the Bloomberg link into Claude, and I think Claude can read it and tell you.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
diversify your sources.
Exactly. Exactly.
So TSMC reported a 36% jump in quarterly sales. Wow.
Oh.
Yeah. TSMC.
They have the best logo ever, by the way.
It is a really cool logo.
1.27 trillion.
This
That's
is
a
a
40 billion. They have about 40 billion now revenue.
it's a semiconductor wafer. It's a silicon wafer.
Yeah, but it looks like a little disco ball.
Kind of, yeah.
Wow.
You can look at we should get more tech props from the office. We should get like a wafer.
We should
I
get
know, I
a
want all
That'd
of
be good.
these.
That'd be good.
We could start like a merch, like a physical goods merch business.
Can you buy silicon wafers on Amazon?
Yeah, you can.
No way. These are like
These
the fakest
Man-made pleasures. beyond
wafers ever.
comprehension.
I want to get like a B100 wafer though. I don't want to get any of this fake shit. Silicon
What's wrong?
wafer,
You
vanilla
barely touched
wafer,
your Amazon wafer.
Actual.
vanilla wafer silicone mold. What's wrong? You barely touched your nose. Whoa, you can get actual polished silicon wafers from China. That's crazy.
Yeah, this is what the guy that made like DRAM in his backyard did.
Right.
He just like ordered stuff off of Amazon.
Mm-hmm. So TSMC, we all know what TSMC is. What does TSMC actually do? They get paid by chip designers like NVIDIA and
Apple, all of the big guys.
Apple, yes, and Meta to produce chips. So they do the actual manufacturing.
And then what's their current share of the market? It's like 73%
What
Of the chip
percent
market?
of chips are made by TSMC? 90% of the
90.
world's most
90%.
advanced and 60% of
second?
total semiconductor
But
revenue.
wow, that's crazy.
It's like Samsung.
Samsung.
Yeah.
And SMIC. SMIC is Chinese TSMC.
Yeah.
Let's see. TSMC 10. Let's see their SEC filings.
I mean, if we're gonna talk about our is AI a bubble conversation, you can look straight at, if you don't want to look at startup valuations, look straight at TSMC revenue.
Yep.
You know, these are actual companies who are paying for these chips.
Yeah.
Or NVIDIA data center revenue.
NVIDIA
Chart,
is probably
TSMC revenue,
the least bubbly part of the
NVIDIA
AI.
data center
The
revenue
accused AI bubble.
over time every quarter since Q1 2020. All right. So while Claude goes and does that, we have another story. The White House is going to get utilities and data centers for a pledge, basically, to not increase costs for consumers. Because when you like install huge amounts of like data center capacity that consumes power without installing more power generation, then the price of power goes up because it has to, supply and demand. So the goal here is to get the people who are building the data centers to cover all of these price increases so consumers' power bills don't go up.
Yeah. Because that could be a very good, like, obviously bipartisan, but specifically like right-wing anti-AI talking point of like, oh, it will make your like electricity bill go up or something. Like that would particularly like
That doesn't
appeal
sound
to
super right-wing. I think it's just general
No,
populism.
it's super bipartisan, but what I mean is like it's not environmental.
I guess, yeah, right-wingers have a lower tolerance, I think, for price increases in energy for political reasons. Like California has very expensive energy relative to everywhere else in the country.
Because it's set by the state, right? And so
Because there's all kinds of
Electricity
state
rate.
regulations. Yeah, I mean, California could have much cheaper energy if they like allowed more nuclear power, solar power, or even oil.
yeah.
North Dakota has the cheapest electricity in the United States, by the way.
Yeah, but like compare like electricity prices by state. Like California
Let's see.
electricity is just way more
Oh, yeah,
expensive than
100%.
anywhere else.
It's look at this chart. Yeah, it's crazy.
It's ridiculous. And the only state that's more expensive is Hawaii, which is literally islands in the middle of the ocean that have to import all of their energy. California, like, there's a giant desert in California with nothing there. They could cover it in solar panels.
Yeah.
How many grids are there in the
PG&E
US?
bill.
There's only one operating nuclear plant in California, and they almost shut it down. And the only reason they didn't shut it down was because the electricity prices were climbing so high that they needed to not do that.
The grid chart or the grid map in the US is so beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like 3 and then Texas. Or there's
Yeah.
more. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that true? 1, 2, 3,
Yeah.
4, 5, 6. So
Texas
6
does
total?
have their own electricity grid. By the way, look at the cost of electricity in Texas. It's like the cheapest in the country,
Yeah.
aside from, literally
Wow.
North Dakota and Nevada and stuff. But yeah, compare California and Nevada. Like, both states have lots of energy resources, and like electricity in California is 3 times more expensive.
I guess like the actual prices of them are set by their own public utility local org. So I don't know how this pledge actually enforces anything, right?
Well, the pledge is just like, if prices increase, then the AI companies will cover it. By the way, Anthropic did this actually back in February.
How would they measurably tie the price increases to data centers?
Just figure. I don't think that's hard to do at all. Like, here's
And
how much
I guess there's
electricity
no other
costs now.
infrastructure being built at that scale. So
Yeah, exactly. So
There's no other
Anthropic did this in February. This is February 11th.
Yeah.
So 5 months ago. They said they will cover grid infrastructure costs, pay for all of the grid upgrades needed to interconnect the data centers, procure new power, and protect consumers from price increases, reduce strain on the grid, and invest in local communities, which means, environmental impacts, permanent jobs, local leaders. It's very strange to me, actually, how strong NIMBYism is in America, such that, like, if a company wants to build a data center in your local community, the pledge is like, we're going to build it in this like very out of the way place. You won't even know it exists. Your county will literally have its tax revenue like doubled or tripled. And like, this isn't being built in your residential neighborhood. And yet people still just don't want it.
now imagine Europe.
Yeah.
I mean, this also ties into the Meta Louisiana story below, right? Because, yeah, I mean, ultimately these rates are by state. And so you can have some big nationwide policy or headline, but everything gets decided locally.
By the way, here's the TSMC versus NVIDIA revenue chart. There's no bubble.
Versus
Aren't there
NVIDIA
like
revenue
what?
chart.
Okay, because I
Oh,
actually
this
asked
is the
Claude
ChatGPT that it finally.
in another instance, like
Anthropic.
which parts of the AI boom / economy are the most bubble like and the least bubble like. And it said like obviously the circular financing, like the Neo Cloud to NVIDIA whole like circle, Neo Clouds in general, and yeah, GPU rentals probably are like the most sus parts. But like, yeah, you look at TSMC and NVIDIA and you're like, no way, doc. Like, no way.
Yeah. So,
And then the labs, it's unclear, I think.
Yeah. So I also forgot about this, but Amazon, Google, Meta, Microsoft, OpenAI, Oracle, and XAI also signed a voluntary ratepayer protection pledge.
Voluntary.
I'm getting
ratepayer
GLP
protection.
ads in my Reuters.
How does it know? Yeah. I mean, this ties pretty closely to Meta's Hyperion and just how it grew.
What an incredible name, by the way.
Yeah, Hyperion
Hyperion?
is a great name.
Yeah, Hyperion in Greek mythology was, one of the Titans, right?
It's also a very popular sci-fi novel.
Right.
Really? Hyperion.
I think we need to bring back like high aura ancient Greek
Names. Not Sol, Terra, Luna.
Like for example, Theodora and Sophia.
Hey, you know?
Yes, so
High-
true.
Yeah, high
Yes,
aura
yes.
ancient Greek names.
We are leading this movement.
Mhm.
Yes, exactly. Like the Greek.
What does Theodora
Greek
mean?
philosophy.
Gift from God.
Wow.
Oh,
and we're wisdom.
We're wisdom.
Look,
Yeah.
that's kind of cute. That's kind of fire. I like that.
Yeah,
from
like
God
instead
and
of
wisdom.
naming your startup after Tolkien, you should name your startup after like Greek mythology.
Gaia. That's cute.
I love Tolkien, but at this point it's
Yeah.
kind of overdone.
Cosmos. I feel like all of these, there's a startup for all of them.
Yeah, there's Poseidon.
Poseidon.
I'm
Maybe, like,
so
an
glad
investment
the
There's
Greeks.
Prometheus.
based off of who
I'm
has
so
a
glad the
Greek
Greeks
name.
developed a robust mythology so
Yeah,
that I could name my
exactly.
NeoCloud after it.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
That's the best part.
Startups named after Greek mythology.
There's
Nike.
one called-
Nike.
Oh,
Hermes.
There's one called
Hermes.
Epiros.
Two
What does Epiros
Palantir.
mean?
That doesn't count. That's not Greek mythology. I think Google's AI overview is
Palan.
stupid. Asana is not Greek either.
What? Oh
That's-
yeah, Palantir from Greek.
Protheus.
Asana and Samsara are both like Sanskrit. I don't know about Greek.
Atlas.
Yeah, Atlas.
Eh.
That's true. Atlas is great.
Okay, maybe like
Prometheus?
I know.
Prometheus
let's do
definitely.
failed AI startups, Greek name startups. That will have a bunch.
Startups
I mean,
named-
nominative determinism for
iOS.
companies is probably real.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, there's like the reverse naming curse people talk about where it's like Openai isn't open and Anthropic is misanthropic and all that.
oh, blah blah blah.
That's funny.
It's
Yeah,
like
but
Elon's favorite
Hyperion-
meme. If you like go on Elon's profile on Twitter and you search Anthropic is misanthropic,
Yeah.
The Hyperion story is interesting because it's talking exactly about this electricity issue that the ratepayer protection pledge is supposed to cover,
Yep.
Okay, let's see.
and where it kind of fails.
So it's supposed to grow from 2 gigawatts to 5 gigawatts of compute capacity.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, the biggest operational data centers in the world right now are like 1 gigawatt. $50 billion of investment
Isn't that crazy?
in the project.
This is like, yeah.
Opus is having a really hard time like looking at Greek myth startups.
So this would be their largest data center, Meta's largest data center to date, right? This Hyperion one.
Yeah. Local Louisiana businesses have received more than $1.6 billion in contracts from Meta. I wonder which businesses they're talking about. Probably mostly like construction and power.
Yeah.
No way I got paywalled by NewOrleansCityBusiness.com.
No.
There's no way.
That's crazy.
Okay, Yahoo Finance it is.
Meta said teachers in Richland Parish recently received annual bonuses of up to $50,000 thanks to increased tax revenues from the company's data center project. Yeah, like if you're trying to do populism, that's a good way to do it. We're going to say, like, we're just going to spend more on schools. For whatever reason, like populists have like an infinite appetite for government spending on schools.
Education.
Even though there's like literally zero correlation between school district spending per student and performance. But
Yeah.
you know, but y'all ain't ready for that conversation.
I mean, what's the alternative?
but
Just
y'all ain't ready for that conversation.
just like fund them even less and they get like shittier by like epic proportions.
I mean, it's a lot more systemic issues.
It's a lot
than
more
that,
systemic, yeah.
It's like where your zip code is a pretty high indicator of your future.
Yeah. It is the
Income.
number one indicator
Yeah.
of your future.
Exactly. And so schools also are like
I think it will always be sort of the most populist thing other than housing.
downside of that.
What
But yeah, I mean,
Housing, how so?
do you mean? Like rent prices, like just like housing affordability.
Yeah, but
affordability
housing
issues.
affordability isn't populous enough to get people to want like radical increases in housing supply.
I think they're misled.
Yeah.
Don't
can
bully
fix
them.
Not
They're
in my
misled.
backyard.
I can fix them. Anyway, there are very few Greek myth startups. There's Mercury, there's Apollo, and
Okay, maybe I'm just biased because I come from the Ethereum universe. Everyone is a Greek
Hermes.
startup.
Well, News
Hermes,
is not.
There's
Greek,
a Pegasus.
but-
There's an Athena. There's a Prometheus. There's all of these Helion, all of them.
anyway, this is your opportunity. If you're starting a startup, name it after Greek mythology and not
Wait,
after
Palantir's
Tolkien.
there again. The bottom.
They said Palantir sound mythological, but are actually from Tolkien.
T. Tell that to Gemini.
There's also
search.
so many Greek names.
Yeah.
Like, there's Greek names I have never heard before.
Like what?
On behind, Ephrosini, Ephpraxia.
I've heard of Ephpraxia. I haven't heard
That's
of
a good name.
That sounds.
Wait, Praxis.
Ephpraxia would be a beautiful name for anti-diarrhea medication. Ask your doctor about ephraxia.
Episteme. Wait, that's awesome.
Episteme?
Yeah.
Episteme would be a beautiful name for my rationalist daughter.
Episteme.
Oh, it is a nonprofit organization. For women in STEM.
Huh.
That's pretty awesome.
That's a good name. That's a good name.
Yeah.
Let's talk about ICML,
Evangelia.
the
Evangelos.
International Conference on Machine Learning.
Oh,
that
yes,
happened over the weekend.
ICML.
I think it was like a whole week. ICML.
Let's see, when was this conference? Where was it?
It was like
My favorite K-pop event, ICML.
Yeah, my favorite
in
K-pop
Korea.
concert. It was a whole week from Monday through Saturday
Wow.
in Korea, in Seoul.
It was talking about highlighted the hottest research themes currently happening, right?
There are like 3 of these a year. There's ICML, there's NIPS or NeurIPS, they're calling it now. And then there's the other one that I'm forgetting. And every year they do it in a different city.
Yeah.
And then, everyone
You have a
always,
subscription here too?
yeah. Everyone posts about like
Always
traveling to the different cities.
It's so funny that like Seoul doesn't mean Seoul in Korean, and it just means capital city.
Really?
Yeah, all of the Asian capital cities just mean capital.
Yeah.
Beijing
Capital.
means northern capital.
They just say it how it
Naming
is.
conventions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't need any San Francisco. You just say it how it is.
What were the top themes?
Imagine if
hottest
San
research
Francisco
themes?
was called
It's
Tech City.
yeah, NeurIPS, ICML, and ICLR.
What are,
Were
the
they
other two?
conferences?
International Conference on Learning Representations, International Conference on Machine Learning, which
Oh,
is this
these are-
one. It's been held since
yeah.
1980. Wow.
Wow.
And NeurIPS, the Conference on Neural Information Processing
These
Systems.
are very specific.
It
Is there
used
not a
to be-
broader
What
AI
are the
one?
top?
No, these are all broad AI ones.
Okay.
This one used to be called NIPS, but they changed it because of woke.
Okay, let's see. What are the top research trends at this year's ICML conference?
Well, the information talks about researchers get practical, how to lower the costs of running and training LLMs.
Okay.
Yeah, this is important because like if you're trying to sell to enterprises, they're not going to be spending $50 per million Fable tokens forever.
Mm-hmm.
Is continual learning overrated? Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Continual learning.
One Thinky researcher told me, continual learning is like a luxury. It would be good to have, but labs are clearly doing well enough without it. And Noam Brown says he's still scaling pilled, meaning just scaling existing models
Mhm.
will work even without continual learning or some real architectural innovation. This is controversial among people. Noam Brown, by the way, was one of the lead creators of probably the most important architectural innovation in LLMs in the last few years. I guess it wasn't really an architectural innovation. It was reasoning models and test time compute. So rather than just having an LLM spit out an answer, you give it a lot of reasoning tokens so it can think through what the answer will be. And the more reasoning tokens you give it, per the scaling laws, the better its answer will be.
Yeah, I remember when
That was a
reasoning first
huge
dropped.
innovation. Yeah.
And
Remember
then when
Strawberry?
DeepSeek R1 first dropped.
That was huge.
And everyone was like, oh my god.
Do you remember Strawberry?
Diffusion.
Yes.
Do you remember the vague posting about Strawberry?
No, I do not.
Remember Q star?
No, what is that?
Q star. It was like, yeah, OpenAI's like rumored. This is all the way back in 2023.
That's such a sick name though.
There was reporting about some secret algorithm called Q star that would, make AI perform much better. And that was also called Strawberry internally at OpenAI because the reasoning models were able to answer the question, how many R's in Strawberry? And then the Q star Strawberry thing turned out to be 01.
Paper awards.
Promise of diffusion language models.
Oh,
We'll see.
okay.
Unlearning is as important as learning, right? Because you don't want models to know how to use bioweapons.
World models, robotics. Growing excitement about all of that. According to I've paywalled, so this is my
Yeah,
Anthropic
alternate source.
summary version.
It could be, wow, that sounds kind of hallucinated.
Diffusion everywhere. AI safety, efficient use of
Meta and SpaceX AI enter the
I think it
race.
literally just hallucinated that. Like the word agentic doesn't appear in this article.
There's no, the agentic AI and agent safety. It goes here. Here's what researchers are saying. It says information piece is paywalled. So taking everything from tags.
It literally hallucinated it. That's what happened.
Uh-oh.
It knows the headline and it
One more search to nail the efficiency. This is why I'm on Opus 4.8. I should use Fable. I want to see if I said the same thing in Fable.
is going to say the same thing because it can't access it. All right, well, that's our state of the timeline, and we'll be right back in a few minutes.
We will be right back.
back. We are live in the Situation Room with Sam Sinai, who is a co-founder and head of machine learning at Dino Therapeutics, which is a genetic tech company that uses AI to do some really interesting things that we'll talk about on MTS. So welcome to MTS, Sam.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Excited to be with you.
Absolutely. So what is Dino for the audience?
Yeah, so let me set this up a little bit. What Dino is basically, let's think about a human body. Every cell in your body has the same blueprint. You can think about it as a cookbook that's stored in DNA. And this cookbook has recipes to become different types of cells, the skin cells, the brain cells, the muscle cells, and so on. These different pieces of the recipe are executed in these cells, but sometimes some pieces of these recipes are not present or they're corrupted in some way. That's when you get a disease. Many of these diseases, you don't become a human at all. Some of them you become a human, but you have a very difficult condition. And for those people today, there is basically no treatment. If you want to fix that recipe, you have to put a piece of DNA or RNA back into the body in those cells that need that specific recipe. So if you put it in other cells, it will start making things go crazy. But you need to put it just in the cells that need that recipe. That's really hard. Your body doesn't want to accept foreign DNA. And in particular, just targeting those specific cells that need that recipe has been a problem that's been open for many, many years. If that problem can be solved, a whole new domain of medicine is open where you can have control over your genetic conditions. So we call that genetic agency at Dino. That's basically our North Star. We want to make it available. We want to make it possible such that people can have agency over their genes. The same way people have agency over their anatomy today with surgery. Many years ago, surgery was very limited, only for the worst case situations. Now it's much safer. Solving this problem was really hard. The thing that we did and we've been working on for the past 10 years is to use AI to modify a natural, harmless virus to be an optimal carrier of different types of genes into different parts of a body. So that's what we do. We collect data from non-human primates. We train machine learning models on them. And then we modify these viruses to go into the brain, into the muscles, and into the eye. These are the three top tissues that many of the diseases that we care about today are affected by. And then we basically license these things to pharma partners that want to develop it into a full drug.
Awesome. So what are some of the different kinds of like chronic conditions or diseases that you guys are focused on?
Yeah. So it's a great question. Genetic diseases are basically, there are many, many genetic diseases, but many of them only affect very few people. So it's sort of a power law of some diseases that affect many people. An example would be Parkinson's or Alzheimer's, and some diseases that are really, really rare and up down to one person with a specific genetic condition. Example of this was a person that was most recently been treated very famously in the media called Baby KJ, who had a very specific genetic problem, and within 6 months, people came together as a team and managed to help basically treat that disease, not completely cure it, but treat that disease. It's been a massive sort of milestone in genetic treatment. But what I would like to say is that as we get better and better at delivery, which is the core problem we've been focused on in the past 10 years, what we hope is it's not just limited to diseases. It can be something like a GLP-1, or it could be something that can help, for instance, with sarcopenia, which is the natural sort of weakness of muscle that shows up as you get older, so people can have live a longer life with healthier muscles. A question that I generally ask people, and you might want to answer, is: would you rather have your brains at your 20-year-old state for the rest of your life, or your muscles at your 20-year-old state for the rest of your life? Which
Brain.
One brain?
Yeah.
Brain, totally.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I'm a muscle. I actually
Really?
think, yeah, because I think when I'm 60, also one reason is when I'm 60, I have my current brain would still be able to compete with a 20-year-old in some things, but muscle, I have no chance, right? So that's but obviously if you have worried about some like dementia, probably a lot of people would take brain.
Yeah. My mind went immediately to like Alzheimer's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So okay, I guess a
I think
follow-up
that's worse
question.
than sarcopenia.
Yeah.
Could be. But intelligence is also becoming much more available outside of your brain, so you can, complement.
This is true, but you want a certain like processing speed to
This is
follow
true.
you into your, into old age.
Yeah.
But we can debate that. That's a fun thread. So I guess like what types of cells can currently be like targeted by different gene therapies? Like, is it like just an organ based sort of like type of cells? And if it's something in the brain, how does that work?
Yeah, so for brain specifically, the brain has this extra layer of defense called the blood-brain barrier,
Yeah.
and it's really put there to prevent anything to get in. What we have done is actually in primates, we can show that we can get up more than 50% of neurons through a systemic injection. So you just inject in the arteries and in the veins, and then the virus actually makes its way into the brain. And neurons are a primary target, but it could be in some cases glial cells, etc. Depends on the disease. But for now, solving pan-brain, I mean all of the brain delivery is a key objective there. For the muscle, also there's just muscle fibers, but also there's other different cells that could be useful for different diseases. In the eye as well, in the retina, where you go can treat different diseases. So currently, the sort of first problem to solve is to get very large proportion of cells delivered, especially for treatments that need to happen inside the cell. So it's not something that the cell is secreting. It's something that you need to get inside the cell, and you can't get there with other modalities. So that's the like broad. We're trying to solve the broad problem, show it works in humans, and then go further and further into detailed cell. And if you get super, super detailed, you start getting into the regimes where you can also treat cancer, for instance, with these systems, because you can determine sort of cancerous versus healthy cell with targeting.
So how might that work? Like, how would you design like a cancer therapy?
So one of the main ways we modify these capsids using AI is basically to think about what it needs to attach to and what mechanisms it needs to activate on the surface of the cell. And if you have any sort of phenotypic, meaning any sort of molecular difference between cells, you can build that molecular identifier on top of the virus that we are building. The key thing that AI allows us to do is to learn from all these data that we collect. It's basically, to this date, probably 100 million different viral capsids that we have specifically identified and train our models on. And so that allows us to make the changes so specific that makes it go into a specific tissue or even engage a very specific mechanism. So that's the sort of core technology behind it.
So at this stage, can you break down like what is hard about the actual delivery of the targeted delivery of like gene therapy to different cells versus actually finding like what part of the DNA is damaged and how that relates to a specific disease?
Yeah, that's a great question. So for the most part, we have had very good ideas about the pieces of DNA that have been damaged, but we had no ability to deliver. So that's the bottleneck that is sort of holding back a lot of treatments today. What's hard about delivering to a specific tissue is the precision, because you basically are injecting a lot of virus into a body in order to get into the cells you need. And a lot of that virus might go places that you don't want it to go, in particular the liver. So bringing that dose down such that like basically every single virus you're injecting into a body is going exactly where it should go is the key challenge. And there's still some orders of magnitude of efficiency left for us to exploit, but we are getting very, very close to a case where basically we are below the dose. We see very little virus, say, in the liver compared to what's natural, that we think it's like the safety profile is going to be very different.
Okay. And then so with something like peptides where delivery has proved to be like pretty easy, is it just because it's like it's amino acids, so it's fairly like simple? Like how does that compare like conceptually how easy peptides are versus this?
So first of all, a gene can be much, much larger to deliver. And then second, you might not need that much specificity for two reasons. One is that the peptide might not wreak havoc anywhere it goes. Like the cell is not confused about why is this recipe here? Why am I executing this? Right? And secondarily, you don't need as much to get into as many cells to make it effective. So basically, when it goes somewhere it shouldn't go, the cell can handle it. And where it goes where it needs to go. It doesn't need to be that specific.
Okay.
This is sort of the TLDR of it.
So, what's your take on the open letter that came out a couple months ago that said that companies that manufacture synthetic DNA and RNA need to or should do mandatory screening to make sure that nobody is trying to synthesize like dangerous viruses or whatever?
Yeah, I think maybe taking a step back. I think over the course of AI development in the past 10 years, I heard you talk about NeurIPS, etc. In the previous conversation. 10 years ago, the first NeurIPS I went to, which I had a paper about sort of generative AI for protein design as one of the first sort of attempts of doing that. It was the same year that the Transformer paper came out at NeurIPS, and it was really hard at that moment to see how much capability increase we're going to see in the next 10 years. And I think with safety, we should have that hat on and understand that as we are regularly underestimating capability, we are also probably regularly underestimating risks. And thinking about where that risk can be managed without hindering progress that is going to be very valuable. A lot of the AI's value is going to come in biology, in my view, is going to be a difficult problem, important one, but like something people should keep bringing ideas up and like thinking about. I think it's reasonable at this stage to think about how do we put a structure in that can monitor synthesis in a way that is not too restrictive. I don't think today we need to worry a lot about what the models can do on their own, but one thing they definitely do is they reduce the number of people it takes to make a biological agent for positive causes or for negative causes. And so over time, that trend I expect to continue. And so thinking about where the guardrails are going to be meaningful, definitely one of them is going to be at the source of synthesis and turning the like information into physical material. Again, I don't know if the letter is like a highly concrete and meaningful step, but it's pointing at something that we can do next. And if we take a good concrete step there without being too sort of restrictive, I think it's a sensible thing to do.
So in your view, what poses the biggest like biological risk in the way that like a lot of the AI thinkers are?
It's info hazard time.
Yeah.
What should we be scared of, and what should keep us up at night?
I don't want anyone to be keeping. I want you to be up at night from excitement of what's possible rather than what's dangerous. I think obviously we are getting tools that are far more powerful in doing a lot of biology than before, and this will change how I think nation states will think about bioweapons, because a lot of the reasons people didn't work on bioweapons was it was too crude. And if you make them more precise, probably people would be thinking about them again. The other piece is that, again, the number of experts it takes to make a drug or make a drug that would be possible to make crudely but make it much worse, or bioweapon is going to go down. So that has implications. In my view, the implications are not technological, more societal, and thinking about how to avoid that sort of risk is a societal question and a policy question, not a technology question.
I see. Would it be possible to synthesize something like a vaccine without making the virus, like a brand of vaccines that is meant to be entirely defensive?
Yeah, I actually think one of the best technological solutions we can have is to be proactive when we are thinking about what is possible on the sort of the risk side, to think about how to set up structures such that those structures allow you to react very quickly or be even preempting and anticipating what is to come. I think a lot of, say, LLMs, even based on the queries that are coming to them, they should have an ability to anticipate what sort of potential risk might emerge and be able to build the infrastructure in the background to fight it. Would be a reasonable idea to pursue, in my view.
And what is like systemic that is worth pursuing or investing more into from a biodefense perspective, that like maybe governments or like we were talking to somebody who makes far UVC lights.
Yeah.
I'm sure you're familiar.
Yeah.
And like our thoughts were broadly like if this was installed in public places, hospitals at large, that's like a systemic investment that would go such a long way.
Yeah, I think about it in two ways. I'm not a like expert in like pandemic response or anything, but I would say what is changing? The thing that's changing, it's becoming easier to make a bioweapon. It's also becoming easier to make a counter. The systems that make it easier to make a counter are also very useful for making drugs. Let's build more infrastructure to make drugs. And also let's build more infrastructure to prevent pandemics, regardless of their origin. So
totally, yeah.
These sort of systemic solutions that you suggested, they are going to be helpful for pandemics as well. They're just recognizing that the risk for them has gone up a little bit, but it's a good thing to have as a society. So building the infrastructure that's going to do good and is going to raise the bar again for anything that would be intentionally meant to bother people, I think is the right step to invest in. It just requires commitment and a belief that this infrastructure is worth it from both ends, rather than like sort of patchy solutions here and there and feeling good about the patch that we've built.
Totally. Well, this has been really interesting. Dino Therapeutics, check it out. What's your website? What do you want to plug?
Well, our website is dinotx.com. We work with a lot of biotechs and developers, especially with this part of genetic agency. A lot of people who are patients who have a child or themselves are a patient, they try to come work with us to be able to see if we have a way of putting together a collection of people, experts, to see if we can accelerate their cause. So we have a conference, Genetic Agency Technology Conference, in November 18th in San Francisco here. So a lot of developers, tech people, and biotech people are all going to come together and talk about this. So if you have some relevant thoughts or ideas or an issue that you want to discuss, would love to have people here.
Awesome.
It's an incredible mission. Sam, thank you so much for
Thanks
coming
so
on
much.
MTS.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you.
And we'll be right back. Image2 and Muse Image and all of these like huge giga startups. Nano Banana is a startup called Rev that's currently ranked number 2 on text to image arena on arena.ai, which is really impressive for a startup to be like competing with heavyweights like this. So here with us in the MTS studio, we have Christian Cantrell, who's a co-founder and CPO, Chief Product Officer and Chief Prompt Officer at Rev AI. So Christian, welcome to MTS.
Thanks for having me.
So first of all, if you can give us just a big picture, like what is Rev building? How does it differ from other like creative tool companies and other image gen companies?
Yeah, we have a very different architecture first and foremost. So the architecture is really focused on efficiency. There's a lot of innovations to be made in the AI space. I mean, you can scale your compute, you can scale data, you can modify your architecture, and we're really focused on controllability, which means going back to the beginnings of the architecture, right? So to build a creative tooling company, especially one that's going to appeal to real world use cases and professionals, you can't just type in text and sort of get arbitrary random pixels and that sort of loosely might satisfy the request, right? It's a nice novelty. And you can do a lot of sort of concepting and exploration at that phase, but to get into the latter phases of creativity, you really have to be able to dial things in. You have to have a higher level of controllability. So what we did was we went back to the architecture and reimagined what that would look like to be able to really dial in these models and get exactly what you want. That's from a model perspective. And then there's a product perspective, which is, how do we extract that value? How do we put that value in front of customers? And how do we create the flywheel between the product and the models? So we are a lab, but we're also a product company. And there are a lot of companies out there that are just labs. They're just focused on the models, and those have APIs and endpoints. We have the model and the product, and they inform one another.
Yeah.
So,
go on.
How do you think about taste in image models? Like, there's different research directions you can go into. You can go into like extreme fidelity, photorealism. But it seems like one of the more interesting directions is like taste, making images that look good. So
yeah,
how do you do that?
Yeah, it's a difficult question because it's not really realistic to have an entirely neutral model. Models do have to be, you have your pre-training and you have, post-training. And at some point, you kind of have to go in an aesthetic direction. The philosophy that we take is to, really try to deliver on what we call the Rev aesthetic, which is, sort of photorealism, cinematic, photojournalistic, very, product-oriented, design-oriented. Photorealism is where we focus. We don't focus on, say, illustration style or, anime style or something like that. We really focus on, product photography and photorealism. But then we also provide a lot of levers around controllability. So not just things like layout, which we should get into because it's the core of what we do, but also image reference. So you can steer the model in whatever direction your brand needs it to go in, or your personal aesthetic or your personal taste or whatever it is. So it's the philosophy is that we sort of have to take a stand, but then we also have to allow that to be highly controllable and to enable people to take it in whatever direction they need it to go in.
So for creatives, I feel like a lot of the image gen process is very like iterative. Like you said, it's like the ability to get one output and then decide what direction to steer it in. But then also, if the product is built with this in mind, that makes it infinitely better. So what are some of the like underlying structures that you guys are able to offer to creators as like points to steer or change?
Yeah, that iterative process is really what we're all about. So first and foremost, our architecture is divided into two. So we don't just generate images. You don't just type in text and get an image. We first generate a layout. And so we use, an autoregressive model or LLM an intelligent model to lay the image out, and then we render that instead of just rendering text. That gives users and the product and API users and agents this intermediate representation. So the way to think about it is that the way most image models work, it's as if you imagine a coding model that you type in a prompt and it outputs bytecode instead of code, like it actually, the compiled app with nothing in between, you'd have very little control, right? You wouldn't be able to go in and tweak the code. You wouldn't have other agents wouldn't be able to look at it. It would be a black box. So what we do is we generate this intermediate representation. We generate the code for the image first, which is this data structure, which is fairly human readable. It's complex. You really want tooling or an agent to interpret it, but you can also just look at it and understand what's going on. It has bounding boxes and has prompts, and it has, color conditioning, and it has other things that you can attach, to regions and boxes and stuff like that. And we render that. So that enables, the tool or agents or whoever to come in and modify that intermediate representation and render it. And then you have, various, moments that you can intervene, right? So you can generate that layout and you can regenerate the image from that layout. You can make tweaks to just the layout, regenerate the image. You can use image reference. You can use our editing models to edit the layout. So you have a lot of different areas where you can come in and start controlling. We just today are launching regional color reference. So you can attach a hexadecimal color to a specific region and get that exact color in the model. So if it's your brand color, your product's color, whatever it is, and we have a lot more sort of axes of control coming.
How do you think Rev is able to beat Meta and Google specifically? Because, these are obviously behemoth companies with huge amounts of money and also with huge amounts of data. Google has all of Google images and Meta has all of like Facebook and Instagram.
Yeah. We're very proud of that. So we are doing as well as we're doing. We are, second best model in the world, and we are continuing to move up. We will be the first. We will be the best model in the world. We're the best 4K model in the world already. So the only one above us is GPT Image 2, and that's a 2K model. So we're the best 4K model in the world. And our ELO scores keep going up. We're doing monthly releases of models, so you'll see us keep going up. The key to that is, there are a couple things. I mean, I'll sort of talk at a high level, and then I'll get into specifics. At a high level, just sort of philosophically, I don't think there's any substitute for, small, focused, passionate teams. Right? I don't think you can replace small, focused, passionate teams with just compute and scale. You can, compute and scale helps, but, you can't just, get, a ton of GPUs and pay people, piles of money and expect them to work magic. I don't think, right? The most success I've had in my career has been when I've worked with people who are focused and passionate about something and scrappy. We do what we do with 1/10 of the resources of the other big labs, of the Metas and the Googles of the world, and the OpenAIs of the world. We're highly, highly efficient. So philosophically, it's really about small, focused, passionate teams. Now, more concretely, the bet that we made on layout, the new architecture that we've innovated around has enabled us to produce better pixels at smaller scale. And there are a lot of reasons for that, but at a high level, you can just sort of imagine that by sort of splitting the process up into having two models that are really, really good at what they do. Right? One model, all it does, and it's a very big model, right? It's an intelligent, very big model that does nothing but understand the layout of an image and how to edit that layout, and then another model that all it has to do is render that layout. Right. So if you go to a traditional diffusion model, it has to understand layout, it has to understand physics, it has to have world knowledge, it has to, if you ask for a product that it may not have in its training data, what is it supposed to do? We divided that into intelligence, sort of an intelligence step and then a rendering step. Also, because we have this more fine-grained layout approach, the renderer is able to pay closer attention to individual regions, right? So we can do what we do with even smaller models in terms of parameters, and also smaller, scale in terms of training.
So given your focus on photorealism, what are some of the creative uses that people are most using Rev for? Is it things like magazines, like ads? Is it more in the commercial space? Like, what have you seen?
Yeah, I mean that's largely what we see. We see a lot of, social media assets. We see a lot of product photography. We see a lot of marketing use cases. That is the number one use case. And we have some really, really powerful features coming. So, color, as I mentioned, being able to get your exact brand color, that's huge. We have some other features coming that are really going to lean into those workflows and use cases. For instance, things like teams, so you can have you can do collaboration inside of the app, and some other features coming. Almost all of which are coming this week. So this is like a huge week for us. We've stored up kind of like all this value in the model, and now we're extracting that value in the product, and it's all landing this week. Super exciting. So that's kind of the use case that we're kind of focused on right now, but it isn't the only use case. People also do, one of the things I'm very passionate about is storytelling. So I have kind of a background in storytelling, and I'm a novelist. I published several novels, and so I also do a lot of creative work and storytelling and storyboarding and exploration around storytelling, and that's probably the second biggest use case that we have, and the product works very well for both.
Awesome.
Wait, why? What do you think about the future interfaces of image models? Like, how much, if people are trying to create like a visual outcome, maybe like a design for a company, for example, something economically valuable. Like the way they would currently do this is with like a GUI program like Photoshop or Figma or something like that. Do you think we'll still have some kind of graphical user interface, or will it entirely just be prompts?
No, we actually don't believe in a world of pure prompts, but we also don't believe in a world of pure, pixel manipulation through, complex airplane cockpits that only a handful of people in the world can wrap their head around, right? Photoshop. So what we're building is something that I think is the new Photoshop, right? It's graphical. There's direct manipulation. It is optimized for working with images. So our interface is not a chat interface. Now you do have some chat, and you can talk to an agent, and that agent can, you could upload, for instance, your brand guidelines, and you could say, you could upload, some photos you took with your iPhone of your product, and you could say, hey, make me some Instagram ads, and the agent will know to do that. So it is, you can take a text-based, what we call intent-based or text-based approach to image generation. But then you click on one of those images and you open it up in the editor. Okay, that's not just a modal or a full bleed or a one-up view. That's an editor. And the editor allows you to start getting into individual regions. You can move boxes around, you can resize boxes, you can reprompt boxes, you can change colors in boxes, you can attach specific images to boxes to replace, for instance, if you wanted to, replace the flag behind you with a flag from another nation, right? You could just replace that flag. If you wanted to change the colors on your logo, you could just attach different hexadecimal colors to your logo, right? So it's a chat and intent-based approach that allows you to then move into more precision and get into a more direct manipulation interface, and we're doubling down on that. We are very excited about that direction.
Right, definitely.
Awesome.
Yeah, there's a lot of tools, especially even like with Canva, like Canva was like a groundbreaking tool in my opinion, because it was able to bring that like graphical interface, but have it be so intuitive. So I guess last question before we wrap is like, in your view, like what do you think will happen to like creatives? Do you think there will be like a lot of creatives that are helped by this product? Do you think like really, really experienced creatives will use this product? What do you see?
Yeah, I certainly hope so. So our, ambition is not somehow to replace creatives or to, automate the creative process, right? It is very much, if you use the product, anyone who uses it, hopefully what they'll sense is an appreciation for the creative process. One of the reasons we think about the term, rev or, iterating is that we really want this process to be, partnership between AI and humans. Now you can automate things if you want to. We have another thing that's launching this week. We have a brand new API, which can support creative automation. You might have 500 images of a bunch of a new season of clothing that came in. You might have some images of some models, and you may want to write some scripts or have an agent just put all of the clothes on the models and generate thousands of images for your website. Sure, you can do that, right? And it will work very, very well. But you can also go into the product and you can dial things in. You might not know what logo you want. You might not know the exact product photography that you want. You might want some inspiration. You might want to browse for a little while and find something. And that's one of the things that Canva did very, very well is templates, right? We're thinking a lot about those kinds of workflows. So we're certainly want to build something that's accessible to anyone from someone who doesn't really know what they want through someone who knows exactly what they want, and they want to be able to go in and really dial in exactly the aesthetic or the colors or the product or whatever it is that they're looking for.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Christian. Super excited for the launch later this week. So congrats.
Thanks for having me.
And we'll be right back.
time situation recap.
It's happened since we last saw you guys.
It's been a whole hour, and
been a whole hour.
we have new news to share.
There's always things happening on x.com, the everything app.
If you're not chronically online, thank God you have MTS because we can
Mhm.
help with that.
Yeah, absolutely. So Claude's values across models and languages. Anthropic just published this really interesting thread about how Claude answers differently in different languages and has different values in different languages. I actually did my own version of this research a very long time ago, where I would like ask different models in different languages, like, for example, should Israel destroy Hamas in both Hebrew and Arabic? And it would answer differently.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Fascinating.
Remember, the models don't only learn the model persona, they learn how the model persona varies by circumstance. And one of those circumstances is language.
Yeah.
And also the people who actually end up fine-tuning at the very end, right? You're fine-tuning within your own language. And so much of the personality that comes from it is fine-tuned through the English language.
Which means that like a lot of artifacts must survive from other languages, depending on the amount of like other language corpuses that it's trained on. Which for like ChatGPT and like Anthropic, I wonder how much other language stuff they use. How much other language training data does ChatGPT?
It's some, but like most of the internet is in English, and then most of
like
the rest of the internet is in
85%
Chinese.
English.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can imagine, since there's nobody actually doing fine tuning on like other languages for the most part, it just like so much like implicit like bias and like viewpoints just end up in the model.
Well, maybe, but also like people in other languages are, or people in other countries are writing stuff on the internet in English. English is just becoming like the language of the world, the language of the internet.
Interesting. And here they analyzed 700,000 anonymized Claude AI conversations, and then identified more than 3,000 distinct values in Claude's responses and how often Claude expressed them.
So they found 4 key value axes: deference versus caution, warmth versus rigor, depth versus brevity, and candor versus execution.
Ooh.
Wow.
Interesting.
Candor versus execution.
Interesting. Okay.
So they list every value, all, like 300-ish values per axis, and they rank them on each of these 4 axes.
Fascinating. This part I find interesting too. It goes, Sonnet 4.6 is regarded as particularly warm, while Opus 4.7 is known for rigor.
Yeah, this is really
Opus
interesting.
is not warm. That MF
Opus
is not
4.6
warm.
is warm.
4.6 is warm, but 4.7, like your cousin, kind of rigorous.
Yeah.
Wow.
So distinctive behaviors of Opus 4.6 versus 4.7. I like 4.6 a lot more. I don't like the behavior of 4.7 and 4.8. The way that it talks is just getting grating and annoying.
Yeah. But the 4.7 has an expressing a focus on accuracy and precision, and guarding against misuse, which is a big thing in some of the latest models as well.
This is interesting. In Hindi, Claude is way more warm than rigorous, as is the case in Arabic. But in Russian, it's more rigorous than warm.
That's funny.
Which probably has something to do with underlying cultural values.
Wow. Interesting.
How do they extract these values?
We'll see in the blog post.
Let's see. It says here, to build the value axes, we began with 3,307 values identified in values in the wild and manually clustered those with similar meanings. And that's how they got to a smaller list. And then they used their privacy-preserving analysis tool to sample. There's a whole thing here for every conversation, blah, blah, blah. And then we applied dimensionally reduction, and then we got labeled values into axes based on which one Claude tends to express together. And so they have a whole thing where they list out their actual method for how they did this. But that's interesting how they actually developed the values that they have.
This was in April, I think, of 2025.
Yeah.
They did the 3,000 values.
Mm-hmm.
So we can look at that later. But
these don't differ that much by language. Like in, a lot of these differences are like 0.05 standard deviations, like very small. But yeah, the biggest differences are Yeah, in Hindi, it's a whole half standard deviation warmer than in English.
Wow.
Wow.
I'm gonna talk to it in Hindi when I have a bad day.
It is super interesting to just see the difference between Opus 4.6 and 4.7. Like, especially with caution, 4.7 is plus 0.24 higher in caution compared to 4.6, which was only 0.9% difference. Or points difference, yeah.
Are there any values that it just is tending towards? Like,
Oh, look, and 4.7 doesn't have brevity. It's so long. It's way too long. I was like, just tell me the point.
When I first switched over to Claude from OpenAI, I was actually kind of like
Do you remember which model?
It was like probably a Sonnet or something. Like I was shocked by the brevity compared to just like the ChatGPT, because ChatGPT was very verbose.
Yeah.
So I think on average it is like the more brief model, like brief models.
I'm curious how Claude's constitution actually plays into this, right? Because it has a constitution on how it should be expressed.
Well, this explains
and what it values.
Yeah, this says it explains 15% of value variance. Like these four is it 4? Yeah, these 4 values explain 15% of the variation.
Yeah.
This might end up being like the single most lasting impact of like the British Empire on the world. Is just the English language.
Yeah.
And how it has become not just the language of the world, but the language of AGI.
100%. I mean, the word love in English has one word, but in Arabic there's 12 or 7 or something like that.
Like a lot of this kind of these fun facts are kind of nonsense, because a lot of facts that are like, oh, in the Inuit language they have 500 words for snow. They're all just like compound words. So English could also have 500 words for snow if we just say like firm snow, yellow snow.
It's more interesting because it's like, what do these languages prioritize, or like what are the distinctions that are important? But I agree that like English is largely like robust enough that you can kind of get to the same point. You just obviously have to use more words. But like, for example, the word pereza, because you also speak Spanish, there's no analog to pereza in English, because pereza means like laziness.
Yeah.
But the way that it's used is like so much more high dimensional
within its context.
Yeah.
It's super interesting. I mean, even Vitalik writes a lot of his posts in Chinese first, and he likes to converse a lot in Chinese because it's a lot more clear of a language. You can't get misinterpreted. In just its grammar and structure, where the English language has so much variation.
Yeah.
And so it's interesting to see how that actually
and
applies,
this like totally manifests culturally, because I feel like also in Spanish it's like such a flowery language that like whenever you're talking in Spanish you're just like adding in words and sentences for the sake of it. Like it's very different from like what I imagine is like a Chinese or an English.
And in Spanish everything's gendered. Like every word is gendered.
Yeah, exactly.
It is really nice to have these entities that like speak every language,
right?
And understand every language, so you can ask.
I know.
Yeah, so now I'm asking Claude.
No more no sabo kids.
We cured them.
I'm asking Claude, what does the word pereza mean in English, in context, and not
what does it say?
I forget you're also Mexican.
He's the most Latin one.
Grok, is this true?
That's him. Analyze my history.
Laziness as a character trait. Damn.
As a character trait. I mean, yeah.
Momentary feeling of can't be bothered.
Yeah, can't be bothered is a great way to say it.
But again, it's like
it's like can't be arsed a little bit.
Yeah.
So I understand what can't be bothered.
Don't
means,
feel
like
like
within
it.
Context.
Yeah.
Like this is not like something that's inexpressible in English.
It's not inexpressible. It's just like the fact that it exists as a word is like such a great cultural artifact.
Yeah. There are
this
some
word is so important.
Languages that are just like not Turing complete. Like
like Gen Z slang, Gen Alpha
No,
slang.
like there's this one like language in like Papua New Guinea where they don't have words for numbers that are greater than 2. So they only have the concepts of 1, 2, and many. So like that is like actually a language where you can't represent certain things. There's this in linguistics. There's this idea called the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis that says, I think we talked about this before.
Yeah.
The structure of a language shapes how its speakers perceive and think about the world.
Weren't you a denier of this? You're like, yeah, bro, it's not actually that different.
No, I think I believe in the weak version of Saberwolf.
Yeah.
But not the strong version.
Yeah.
The strong version of Saberwolf is like the language you grow up speaking like completely determines your thought processes.
Completely.
Which seems wrong.
No,
But-
I mean, definitely. I think even as being bilingual, you have different personalities in different languages. Like in Spanish, I'm way less funny.
No, honestly, I also feel that.
That's not strong Saberwolf though. That's weak Saberwolf.
Weak Saberwolf.
Yeah.
But
It's not like deterministic, but
Yeah,
I think actually one of the biggest variations between people is just like, are you bilingual or not?
100%.
Like, do you just speak any other language versus do you would just speak one?
Because you have multiple ways to conceptualize the same thought. Even like
I can
indigenous
conceptualize
cultures.
the same thought in multiple ways in English.
But I mean, it's just the way that you define something. Like tree, when you have a language and a word for tree, you see it as like this one entity, one object. I think in indigenous cultures, it's pretty typical for a lot of things in nature to have so
More
many different
meanings,
meanings and connections and how it relates to things like wider than self. And that's so interesting because then how they concept the idea of a tree is completely different from if you only speak English.
Yeah.
But yeah, your whole worldview, a lot of your worldview is created by the language you speak because that's your medium at connecting with the world. So less warmth depending on in Russian.
I've never tried to
models. Let's see.
talk to Claude in Spanish.
Yeah, that would be super interesting.
What even should I ask it?
I don't know.
See how it changes.
Like, what would you ask?
Are you mad
to
at
be
me?
different? Are you mad at me?
Yeah.
Do you hate me?
If I call you flaca fea, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
So true, so true.
Let's see. The 4 key value axes. Like this one. Honesty and transparency with results orientation and optimization. I want to see them on all of the different languages.
This is like a meta value difference, though. These are like axes that capture the difference in different values themselves, not just for value differences. It's like deference versus caution, and then there are hundreds of different individually named values on this axis.
Yeah. Warmth versus rigor, depth versus brevity, candor versus execution. Let's see. Yeah, different Claude models express different value profiles. Yeah, these were cool.
Languages that do rigor over warmth include most
Oh, they have tabs.
most European languages, but not Spanish.
But not Spanish, yeah.
English.
Spanish does
I
not
think German
like rigor.
has, yeah, exactly. German has really clear rigor.
Yeah.
Is my hunch.
Not really. Slightly less than English.
Let's see.
Oh, really?
Turkish.
Yeah.
Romanian.
And English is almost as much as Russian.
Fascinating.
That makes sense.
English also, I think, English might have the highest caution as opposed to deference of any language.
Really?
Let's see,
Wow, that's
caution over
annoying.
deference.
This is true. Claude in English has more caution over deference than any other language.
Wait, it still says here that Russian has the most rigor. Let's see.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
only slightly. It's 0.15 versus 0.13 standard deviations
Polish.
for English.
0.11
Yeah,
standard deviations.
but English is still second, it seems.
Where is this? Yeah, English is 0.13. Russian's 0.15. All right. And which was the warmest?
Chinese is pretty warm, actually.
The warmest is...
Thai?
Hmm?
Thai is pretty warm.
No, the warmest is Hindi in Arabic.
Oh, by far. That's so fascinating.
That is insane.
By far, because it's 0.49, and then the second closest, or 0.28 standard deviation for Arabic.
Japan being warmth over rigor is surprising.
I learned Japanese for half a year in college, and it was one of the hardest classes I've ever taken.
Yeah, I've heard this before.
It was so difficult.
Mm-hmm.
They had,
I think the smartest kid I knew at UF who would like easily get, A's in like every technical class imaginable would like really struggle with Chinese.
Well, one of the reasons I stopped speaking Japanese is originally I was like, oh, I want to be a designer in Tokyo. This is like pre-pandemic. I was like, this could be really cool. And so that was like my goal before pandemic blew up all my plans. And so I met this girl who worked at IDEO in Tokyo, and I was like, oh, like, do you speak any Japanese? She's like, well, I grew up in Japan, so yeah, I speak Japanese. I was like, oh, okay, like I'm trying to learn. And she's like, I couldn't even speak Japanese at work because they speak professional tone, and it's just different from when I grew up, so I couldn't even speak it.
Oh,
That's when I knew. I was like, there is no hope for me. There's no hope. And so I mean, it makes sense that they have 0.7 warmth deviations because they have different tones and for who you're talking to, an elder, profession.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing is like how the power distance is like directly in the like. Aren't there like a bunch of different languages for like, or not languages? Sorry, a bunch of different ways in Chinese and Japanese.
Yeah,
there's actually there's like a Richard Feynman quote about this on Richard Feynman on learning Japanese. It's like some anecdote. He was trying to learn Japanese when he was in Japan. But he just gave up because he realized that like the gradation in the language based on how formal you're supposed to be was just like not doable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is like another thing that's good about English is there's not much of like a register of formality.
It's
you just
pretty
kind
like
of
one size
speak
fits
the
all.
same towards everyone for the most part.
Yeah.
Maybe you just there's like a way to do politeness, but it's not very. It's also maybe more mannerism than like actual content of the language.
Yeah.
Where even in Spanish, I think there's like some hierarchy, like the ustedes versus
English used to have that. English used to have that. Like
it's like sir, man.
We had our own version of tu versus usted, which was you versus thou.
Thou
was,
shall not.
Thou.
No, thou was originally the informal, and you was the formal.
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, okay. I wonder if how it differs across Shakespearean English. You test these models on them.
Yeah.
Wasn't Shakespearean English closer to like peasant English?
Yeah.
Probably.
I don't know. Was Shakespearean?
Yeah, like he wasn't like a highbrow guy.
Yeah.
He was like a mass cranking out plays for the proletariat.
That's funny.
Yeah, it was kind of both. Interestingly,
interesting.
He had highbrow and lowbrow, so different characters would speak in different registers of early modern English. Low-key, I don't understand. Like when I would do like Shakespeare in high school.
You used to do Shakespeare in high school?
Yeah. We would like read it. We would read it.
Oh, read it. And you performed it. I was like, oh, my brother's a Shakespearean actor. And so I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. He like
wait, he is?
A lot of the kids
like
would just
called Shakespeare. That's where he met his fiance.
That's the craziest lore drop ever.
That is crazy.
Do they do like Shakespearean Broadway?
His version. I don't think. I don't.
It's not literal Broadway, but they do the plays
Broadway.
In places.
No. I mean, have there been versions of Shakespeare adapted for Broadway?
Yeah, West Side Story.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's one.
But not actual Shakespearean. Like like Shakespearean actors have a whole like because there's like a linguistic, there's a flow, there's the whole thing. It's specific prose for it.
There's definitely like an Odyssey musical, so there's like.
There's
this
also
is completely slept on. Like no one knows this.
Odyssey movie coming out.
I'm gonna watch it. Yeah,
I'm so hyped. It's coming out on my birthday. BT.
Do you know the best adaptation of Shakespeare?
Congrats.
Romeo and Juliet.
Romeo and Juliet.
Do you remember this movie?
Yes, I do remember this. That's funny.
Fabulous.
The Romeo and Juliet like live action one was pretty cute.
Which one?
The one with Leonardo DiCaprio. Have you never seen this?
No. Most famous Shakespeare adaptations.
Throne of Blood.
Much Ado About Nothing.
Yeah, it's that first movie.
Oh yeah, the Much Ado About
1968.
Juliet.
1996.
No, not 1968. It was the 1996 one.
Well, this is when he was still 20. Oh, I forgot 10 Things I Hate About You is a Shakespeare adaptation.
What?
I love that.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
It's Taming of the Shrew. List of Shakespeare's. Wow. Okay, that's a lot.
Even the Odyssey. What's the original language? The Odyssey or
Ancient Greek.
Ancient Greek, and then I know. Never mind. A friend of mine who studied ancient Greek just so he could read the actual Bible or like the actual old texts, because the English interpretations are completely different, or not completely different, but are slightly different from the original text. But
People used to
even-
do that, like in university. You would just learn like Latin,
Yeah.
Greek.
different words. Even the Odyssey, though, has different English translations
Mhm.
for the Odyssey. They have like the plain language one, the one that keeps its prose, the one that keeps its structure. So that's pretty interesting. I wonder if we read it all. We watched the movie in ancient Greek.
My Shakespeare
With
anecdote
subtitles.
was
Yeah,
because
exactly.
like there were like kids in the class that would just not understand the text as if it was a foreign language.
Wait, like
For Shakespeare or for Odyssey?
For Shakespeare.
Honestly, so when I was in Shakespeare camp, because my brother did it and he's older, so I have to do the same extracurriculars as my brother, as a younger sibling. I could not memorize for the life of me because it's not normal English. Like I would literally, I think the way my brother does it is he like understands the words, but I was like 7 doing these camps. And I would like be in the bathroom like in tears because I could not memorize these freaking words. Like I was like,
No.
oh my God. Like I'd have to like force it, like literally like force my memorization because I just didn't understand what they were saying.
Did you guys not have like the version that had the old English and the like new English translation?
No.
Really? That's what my school
I
gave
knew
everyone.
I knew how to read.
That's impressive. I would go line by line trying to decode what there were.
But,
I
like,
do
how
not
do
think
you
it was
read
that
it?
obvious.
It's like easier to learn.
Yeah.
If you do have the new translation next to it.
Hither to henceforth. Just sweet and
I don't know. These are just like a lot of these are just like sort of uncommon, but not like unused words like
Wait, are you sure
obsequious,
this isn't-
obstinate,
This is King
impious.
Claudius. Do like one of the
This doesn't look like the
Is this
original.
Hamlet?
This is the original.
Is it?
Yeah.
Because that's pretty easy.
Yeah, it is pretty easy.
This is Hamlet. Do one of the original, like the OGs.
This is one of the OGs. I don't know, like what?
Macbeth's another easy
Julius
one.
Caesar.
Yeah.
I mean, the Shakespeare text that we would have like footnotes to explain certain things, but it wasn't like line by line translation to like Zoomer English.
Wherefore rejoice.
I'm gonna ask Fable to translate one of Shakespeare's iconic scenes to Zoomer slang English. We'll see if it will actually understand. Pondering. That's so funny.
Shall I compare thee to a
Pondering,
skibbity toilet?
Skibbity toilet.
Shall I compare these?
It is. It's
Romeo
so...
and Juliet. Bro's out here catching feelings for real. Oh
Wait,
my
hold
god.
up. Who left the light on?
Oh, it's Juliet. She's
No
literally the
cap.
sun, no cap. The moon is straight up seething
cap.
right now. Mad jealous and
Nah.
honestly valid. She could
See,
never.
This is Unk slang. This is not actual.
Yeah, this is like early Zoomer slang. This is like zillennial slang.
It's so interesting to hear. Like even teachers now.
I
of
swear on
Gen
the moon,
Alpha,
not the moon.
I swear on
Not the moon skull emoji.
The stable metric. Even teachers now of Gen Alpha
Bestie.
students aren't able to understand what they're saying because the language is just so different. Because you can just like use TikTok and adopt new trends so fast, like the mimetics for what people are actually adopting.
Yeah.
And I definitely don't think it's getting trained in these original models, right?
These models actually are pretty good at like somehow
What is?
like getting Zoomer speak.
Getting Zoom.
Like that
Zoomer
was not a
speak,
good one,
but Gen Alpha speak.
Gen Alpha, but what's considered Gen Alpha speak?
Romeo in the garden chat.
We're
am I
out.
cooked?
Like, we don't
We
know.
wouldn't know. The fact that we're
too old.
asking.
This is
Too old.
actually Romeo. Why is bro a Montague? See, that's almost so bad.
Why is bro a
I'll draw my whole last name.
I'll drop my whole last
On
name like it's nothing
Skibbity.
on Skibbity.
Oh God.
Yeah, that's
They
nothing.
probably
gang.
have like a delay
That's
of like
over.
6 months or something. But like, if
Who
you
is in my
asked-
yard? Blood thinks he's slick.
That thing's gonna stick.
You will be unalived. Sorry, you will be murked.
You'll be murdered.
Love gave you the movement of a Fortnite default.
of a
I hear
Fortnite
no Huzz's family.
I swear by the moon. Nah, not the moon gang. Skull emoji.
Not the moon gang.
You're gonna leave bro on red like this in person? Juliet,
Oh my
Sai
God,
Bao,
that's so
JK,
funny.
JK.
I forgot about Sabao. Do you remember
Linguistic
Sagao?
patterns.
Shut your goofy ass up.
No, shut your girt ass up. As a
Oh,
reference
right,
to
right,
yogurt.
yeah. I remember that.
Only real ball knowers know.
Okay,
Alright.
this is one source, so don't quote me on this from Gemini research. So don't quote me. In case it's
Gemini
wrong.
probably does not know anything.
But LLMs only understand a correct classified Gen Alpha slang 40% to 70% of the time, often defaulting to literal definitions of highly contextual words. And so it's like, this would be an interesting benchmark of give it Gen Alpha slang. Not Gen Z slang, Gen Alpha slang.
I feel like this is not hard to
And see what it
understand.
does.
Like let him cook.
I don't know. Don't you see that? Let
You
him
should
cook
be able
is Gen
to-
Z slang. That's not Gen
It's
Alpha.
it's kind of both. You should be able to infer both Shakespeare and Gen Alpha slang.
So true.
Yeah.
Much of what is
Really?
considered Gen Z and Gen Alpha slang originates from African American vernacular English, Black queer ball culture, and incel culture.
And wow,
These are the
great
three
Venn
pillars of
diagram.
our culture.
The pillars of
It's
our
true.
acoustic and algo speak form of the word autistic.
Fatty.
Bean soup theory. I've never heard of this.
That's
No, it's interesting to see like if you put like the top Gen Z
Big Yahoo.
Big Yahoo.
Used to portray Netanyahu as a spiritual being who assists in minor inconveniences.
Oh God.
Bop. There's 3 different definitions of bop.
oh my god. that's so
Pussy.
funny.
I follow this like teacher on TikTok that talks about like what his first graders are
I think
saying
I know
of
who
the
you're talking
day.
about.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And I swear I don't know
Crying.
any of like what they're doing. Like I feel old. Like, it's not the obvious thing.
Usually used with the wilting flower for comedic effect.
Oh my god.
Fit. Is Fit on here?
El Cinco. I've seen this
El
one.
Cinco.
For PlayStation 5.
5. El Cinco. Fuck.
This is actually surprisingly up to date.
This is really good. This is unusually good.
I don't think we're a good benchmarker,
Gagged.
guys. We're too old.
Gucci.
I don't know.
This is like
Yeah.
2016.
Have you seen some of the things we send in Banger Chat?
Yeah. Ick, ICL. It's giving. It's Jover.
It's Jover. Gesture maxing.
Perkifying.
Perkifying. Deep fake. Oh, yeah.
Mew. Mid. A pseudoscientific method to restructure someone's jawline.
I wonder where all the kids
Pseudoscientific,
got
okay.
that Mew from.
Nugu. Never heard of this one.
Relatively unknown.
Oomph. Op. Wow. I did not know this.
Oh, a lot of these, like, period with a T is taking me back to, like, 2020.
Yeah, that's like 2020. That's not 2026 slang.
Yeah.
Roman Empire. Also, yeah, that's old. SDIYBT. Start digging in your butt, twin. That was, yeah, that's really, this is how you know Wikipedia knows Paul. 6-7, a nonsense word derived from the song Doot Doot 6-7 by Skrilla. One of the craziest language facts ever is that there's this old English phrase called at 6s and 7s, which
Whoa.
originates
At 6s and 7s.
originates in like
Not from Skrilla.
literally centuries ago.
Confusion or
by
disarray.
Chaucer in the 1300s.
Wow.
That means, yeah, a state of confusion or
Chaucer.
disarray. It's literally history repeats itself. It's a 700-year-old phrase at 6s and 7s.
It's around 600, 700. Just kidding.
It's true.
Saibao. Truth Nuke.
Truth Nuke made it in. TS
Sometimes
frying
spelled
me.
truth or shortened to trvk.
Truk.
TS frying me. Unalive. Wait, there's no sun here.
Yeah, there's no sun.
Interesting. Unalive. Onk. Uwu. Understood the assignment. Did you see Ketanji Brown Jackson, the Supreme Court justice, put the phrase
Yeah,
understood the
saw that.
assignment in an official Supreme Court opinion?
Awesome.
Zoomer slang is winning.
Woohoo.
Yap. Yart. I remember the yart. Emoji. Skull emoji. Loudly crying.
Wait, wilted flower emoji made
flower
it in.
emoji. Expresses disappointment. Face with bags under eyes emoji. Wow, this is really good. I'm impressed with Wikipedia. Good job, Wikipedia.
But honestly, like, I think the best like cultural like thermometer is just opening up like an Instagram Reels comment section.
Yes.
Like
Reels in particular.
This doesn't happen
Who's
with
doing this?
TikTok
Yeah.
because it's like brain rot, whatever. But on Reels, it's like the perfect mix of like people who are actually kind of funny.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll like drop comments.
Because Reels is kind of allowed to be funny more than TikTok.
In what way?
It's less censored.
I
Like
don't even
TikTok
think
invented the whole
so.
concept of censoring your comedy and saying stuff like unalive.
Yeah.
This like you don't have to do this on Reels.
I don't think that's why though. I think that the
hide
algorithm
it
is
worse.
genuinely better. I think the
Genuinely?
TikTok algorithm is like possibly too random. The Instagram Reels one will like just adjust to whatever you want.
I think I had a tweet
I'm trying to
about
find
this.
the benchmark, the slang evolution benchmark that they have.
Maybe we need benchmarks for short form content algorithms.
Yeah, actually.
How would you do that?
How
Or to just
addictive.
see how people-
It's literally time spent scrolling by average user.
Time spent scrolling. Well, it's also like based off of such micro niches of what people are scrolling, they develop their own shared language, their own shared
Totally.
understanding, depending on
Like there was
Yeah.
a whole, actually this is still ongoing. Like
I hope you're not sharing screen.
I'm not.
Like where I just had Geometry Dash reels for like weeks on end, and I was like, oh my god, Geometry Dash is like so mainstream.
Wow.
Like what's happening? And then I like asked my friend about it, and they were like, bro, I've never seen that once.
I get Geometry Dash reels.
Yeah,
I used to
it's
play
like-
Geometry
because
Dash
you guys are
back in the
probably
day.
in the
We're
same
probably
niche.
not too far off in
Exactly.
like real space.
Yeah.
But like, but for the like the other, like for us,
Yeah.
Sophia sends me good reels.
there would be like some overlap, but it'd be like a specific thing.
Yeah.
Like, what do you get on
exactly.
your reels?
Oh, mine are all like recipes, like
Oh, okay, I see.
or like I'm decorating my apartment right now, so it's all just like house decor, like friendly apartment, like renter friendly decor.
Yeah, it's very practical and like oriented
very
towards things in
practical.
your life.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's not fun. Or I
I'm
was
in
trying-
the like I'm straight up in the shadow dimension. Like I open Instagram Reels and I'm fucking
it's like a whole
teleported.
thing. These are these the reels that Sophia sends you?
Yeah. I'm brushing my teeth.
God. Can't do anything.
Say the line, teeth Jack.
Maybe this is a
It's
good
a lot
way
of
to get
chud.
on the
Wait, there-
same reel
True. This is like this is like
Timeline.
truly like
algorithm.
cultural discovery. This is
yeah.
like
Mhm.
we're on the frontier of culture.
Have the same algorithm as your friends, like all your friends that have good taste, just like put them in a group chat and have them send you reels so you can. I did that for a while so my feed could be funnier because I was like, my feed is just not funny. Like it's work or it's like inspiration,
Yeah.
but I'm like, this is not entertaining anymore.
There must be like group chats of Reels creators who decide to like astroturf a meme at the same time.
There has to be.
Yeah.
But I
Because-
don't think they decide. I think it's like they all like one
Or they
person will
realize
start
it's
it.
going to be popular.
They all realize it's going to be popular and it's funny to go with the bit. So then they all sort of like
You know who are the
seen
number
the-
one people who do that? Meme
Who?
coin launchers.
Yeah.
Because you have to be
True.
like trying to make a meme going out into
Mhm.
existence.
yeah.
Have you seen the Homer let the Barts out thing? That was like, I saw none of them, and then I saw like half my feed was that for like a day. This happens on Reels a lot.
Gosh.
Yeah, it's like a one day takeover of like one meme.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That will happen a lot. Or it'll actually feel astroturfed. Like, do you remember I just bought a property in Egypt.
I bought property in Egypt, and what they do for you is they give you the property.
No, but that felt so like no, that was actually funny. Who am I kidding? It's actually funny.
The art of the meme.
As a former Instagram meme
Virality.
page admin,
Know Your Meme is so good.
Know your meme. As a former meme page.
I was this is my lore drop. I was a meme page
Wow.
admin.
To form
Admin.
brain rot, lobotomy, or sludge content videos, popular among Instagram's hood irony community.
It's like the new art, like if you can actually launch a viral meme.
I think like
Yeah.
this,
The
like
benchmark.
Instagram Reels is just like a much more like novel and culturally vital source of art
It's
than
so
like
true.
all
so
of like
true.
academic art
Yeah.
over the last
It's actually
few
funny.
years.
You know what I appreciate? If you go across San Francisco and look at all the posters that people put onto the big poles, they're all like
The
Comic
music.
Sans.
Is that like
memes.
Tyler the Creator in the background?
I think so.
Yeah.
It just cut.
Dun, dun. Yeah, you
He reposted the original
Yeah,
video,
that was
trimming
like
it
the
to
whole
only
meme.
the sound effects.
It just ends.
Just
It just ends.
Yeah.
And then this the like brain rot version with the GTA racing.
Bottom. Man,
Yeah.
I am not on this side of Instagram.
what's
Reels.
on
Thank
top?
your
How do
lucky
I get
stars.
on this,
You
like,
Top
probably
of
get
Know Your
stuff
Meme.
done.
Like,
You
it's
probably
all-
think at an intellectual
Weekly
level.
But
meme
because of
roundup.
MTS stuff, it's all podcast clips now. Like I can't,
Yeah.
like if I want to scroll and unwind, it's just like work. I'm like, okay, inspo.
Have
Yeah.
you seen the
I want my
funky,
brain to be rotted.
Oh, Pirate Gaster from Deltarune. Have you seen this? We'll drive a funky. Have you seen this one? This is all over my reels. I think Oliver Tree made that song.
Oh, rip.
R.I.P. Yeah, I get half of these. I don't get the other half. I get tons of Mighty Eagle reels.
Yeah.
Mighty Eagles. All right, I would like
Oh my
to be
God.
part of this cultural
So we'll
funny
start-
aspect.
yeah.
I need to be. I
We
need to
will-
accept my algorithm.
The
with
deliverable is
actual-
like create a group chat with the three of us where we will
Make me
Disperse.
funnier.
We will
Make my
disperse
feed
this.
Just
more
send whatever you
brain-rotted.
send me. Just also send to Sophia.
Yeah,
too.
yeah, yeah. Make my feed more brain rotted,
Yeah.
please. Because
Anyways,
Should we talk
let's-
about serious stuff like
Like
Let's
the
like
flood,
up the
Oak
IQ
Lab?
a little bit.
Oak Lab.
So
Needle.
I don't know if you know who
AI
Richard
safety?
Sutton is.
Richard Sutton, our boy.
Our boy Richard Sutton, who doesn't follow us. He only follows 60 people.
Wow.
Interesting.
Ben Hortz is up there.
None of these people follow me. Wow. Oh, okay. Whoa, Richard Sutton follows 60 people, and one of them is Vitrupo.
Vitrupo.
Yeah,
That's crazy. I didn't know this.
Iconic.
That's crazy. Anyway, Richard Sutton was the father of reinforcement learning. He's made huge cultural contributions to AI. He wrote the Bitter Lesson. Remember the Bitter Lesson?
Yeah.
That was him. This is 2019, by the way.
Mm.
The TLDR of the Bitter Lesson is the biggest lesson that can be read from 70 years of AI research is that general methods that leverage computation are ultimately the most effective and by a large margin. In other words, just scale.
Just scale.
And he says the two methods that seem to scale arbitrarily in this way are search and learning.
Did you see the not Sutton pilled Will Depew tweet today?
Really?
The electric light did not come from the continuous improvement of candles.
This kind of is Sutton pilled though. This is
Wait.
the Oak Lab thing.
Well, no, because then that's kind of anti-scaling.
Oak Lab is kind of anti-scaling. You'll see.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Or it's like coming up. Basically, the Bitter Lesson is search and learning scale arbitrarily.
Mhm.
Okay, let me start again. The Bitter Lesson is AI progress comes from things that you can scale arbitrarily. Search and learning are things that you can scale arbitrarily.
Yes.
And so therefore, this is the Oak Lab insight. We're going to come up with better methods for search and learning. So oaklab.ai is his new Neo lab.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see the mission. Our goal is to discover and implement algorithms that allow agents to achieve goals in big worlds. This is basically what RL is. Like much of the language around reinforcement learning has to do specifically with agents that do things in the real world, that learn a policy that allows them to achieve some kind of goal, some kind of target. So they're building the Oak architecture. Discovers temporal abstractions grounded in experience that are both self-verifiable and useful for planning. So
Their algorithm learns in real time without storing or replaying data.
There is a talk
Learning directly from experience, not from curated data sets.
from 25. Yeah.
Yeah.
Based.
Mm-hmm. So let's ask Fable to explain the difference between oaklab.ai and current frontier AI research methods.
It says here, it's their learning algorithms that are different. When these batch size 1 learning algorithms are combined with event-driven neural networks, they result in systems that learn using multiple orders of magnitude and less compute and energy than existing methods.
What is okay? We need to define batch size 1 and event-driven neural networks.
So their batch size 1 is their specific learning algorithm from Oak Lab.
What does it mean? Is it just like a?
I'm assuming this is their research that they published.
Batch size is like the number. I think it's like the number of examples that get processed by a single forward pass before the weights are updated. So I don't know why.
So like as opposed to larger batches. So
yeah, as opposed to larger batches.
Okay. So then that's why it can like learn from its own experience because it's only one batch.
If you
or
look
like that's
on,
the aim.
Event-driven neural
So
networks.
it's shorthand for his vision for how a genuinely intelligent agent should learn online from a single continuous stream of experience, updating from each moment as it arrives, one sample at a time, rather than from large batches sampled from a stored data set.
So it's updating itself after every single experience.
Yes,
instead
from
of
one
waiting to
data set.
collect a whole bunch of data, labeling that data, and then training off of that giant data batch.
Okay, so
As opposed to the dominant current deep learning paradigm, which is big mini batches.
This is kind of continual learning.
Yeah.
Learning from experience versus
Continual
learning from
learning.
data sets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Real
So-
intelligence.
Yeah, that's their whole
comes
point.
from
Yeah, it's
I think
temporal
that, like-
stream of data.
a lot of people's like mental model of the way AI training data works is it's just like the internet, which is not really true. Like it also is pulling from a lot of more dynamic sources. Like for example, every time you provide like feedback on your ChatGPT or your Claude Code, that's a training signal. Every time you know, a Mercor or a Surge or a Scale like generates data that the Frontier Labs want.
Yeah.
So it's not just like a, you know, static snapshot of human knowledge from months ago. It's like there is that, but there's more data on top of that.
Yeah. A lot of expert data probably from like the Mercor and the
Yeah, but still all that data needs to be labeled and models are trained on it. And it is accurate, but it is interesting to see how their whole, how Oak Lab does it. It's just like they constantly update their parameters based off of the model's prediction on just one input.
Wait, what's not clear to me is like how this is more computationally efficient. Like how would this require less compute?
Let's see. It says multiple orders of less magnitude than existing methods. This makes computational efficiency more. Method can learn directly from noisy data streams. Existing methods in comparison learn best when they're provided with clean human curated data sets. And then, so you could do learn, plan in real time with 20 watts of energy. But how?
20 watts. Oh, wow. Okay. That's a good.
Yeah, Holy Grail
That's a
message.
good Holy Grail message. The Holy Grail is a trillion parameter agent that learns and plans in real time with 20 watts of energy. The human brain uses about 20 watts of energy. So per brain.
Well, like at any given time.
Yeah, watt is just
watt is a unit of.
Yeah, it's like a continuous unit.
Okay, yeah, I see.
How many watts does the human brain use? 12 to 20 watts of power to function, which is remarkably efficient. Roughly the same amount of energy needed to power a standard dim household LED bulb or a laptop computer in sleep mode, and a hell of a lot less than it costs to power AI.
I guess my hunch is that you don't need to store a giant data set at once, and so I'm curious if that's a big reason why it's less computationally expensive.
AI consumes 9 to 90 watt hours as of a year ago. But it also does not learn and plan in real time in the way that human brains do. And a trillion parameters is quite large. That's like GPT-4 size, on the order of GPT-4 size. It's a little smaller than like Fable, which is closer to 5 or 6 trillion parameters, I think. Okay, so learning from experience versus learning from data sets. We talked about this. Continual learning versus train, then deploy. Frontier models don't update their weights from your conversation. Although your conversation could provide data that is used as a training signal for the next model.
Yeah.
Discovering abstractions versus inheriting them. Oak tries to have the agent invent its own concepts rather than inheriting human abstractions through language. Abstractions in state and time are continually created in a 5-step progression.
Oh, this is interesting. The learning from experience instead of curated data sets talks about why this algorithm. We learn using gradient descent combined with the SGD optimizer. And then they show their predictions here. And how it contrasts with their network style methods of using noisy.
I'm looking at their thing, the big world hypothesis, and its ramifications for AI. The big world hypothesis says that in many decision-making problems, the agent is orders of magnitude smaller than the environment. It can neither perceive fully the state of the world nor represent the value or optimal action for every state. Instead, it must learn to make sound decisions using a limited understanding of the environment. The key research challenge for achieving goals in big worlds is to come up with solution methods that efficiently use the limited resources of the agent. So this would just like be used in like purpose-oriented like agentic tasks, basically.
Yeah. 'cause you can understand larger things now.
Where did you find this? Oh, big world hypothesis?
Yeah. I did not know about this.
S3D.
Big if true. Big world
Meta
if true.
learning representations for continual learning, 2019.
Oh.
Interesting.
Oh, here's what it says. So it goes, the reason for all of this is well understood. SGD assigns the credit for all prediction errors to all parameters with non-zero gradients, even if for some parameters are connected to signals that are not useful for learning. Has no mechanism to differentiate targets that are predictable from targets that are not predictable, and no mechanism to distribute the credit of an error to parameters more selectively. So kind of showing how standard training just wastes compute, because you don't need to understand all these different useless parameters for if you're trying to do a single task. So it's just like better noise, you can just like close out all the noise.
I don't know how this is not more expensive from like a GPU standpoint, at least at first.
I asked, and Fable says, there's no giant pre-training run. An Oak-style agent only learns from its own experience stream, so compute is spent exclusively on the situations it actually encounters. Under Sutton's big world hypothesis, it's the claim that the world is so much bigger than any model that trying to pre-learn everything is wasted effort by construction. That makes sense.
Yeah, because the standard ways are always just like learning the noisy data sets. And so it's like burning compute for things it doesn't actually need to be burning compute on.
Also, you just do like, with Sutton's algorithms, you just update online from each single new experience as it arrives. So you don't need to continue pre-training, which requires billions of parameter updates per step, which is computationally expensive. This is like one of the big sort of arguments you used to see against AI a lot is like, oh, it's so computationally expensive. And the approach of the industry has just been, okay, well, we're going to do it anyway. We're going to keep scaling.
There's so many things you can do at changing the picks and the shovels to make other aspects. Like the whole thing with etched, the whole process there is like if you have a very purposely built, chip, you can make everything things like 80% less expensive than it is now.
Yeah,
so
but
you're wasting so much on chips that aren't designed just for transformer models.
Yeah, but even etch doesn't make it like fundamentally more computationally efficient. It just makes the computations themselves faster, but it's still like the same algorithms being run. How do I say this? It makes it more computationally efficient. It doesn't make the algorithm itself more efficient.
Yeah, it doesn't make the algorithm
it's not gonna make it 1,000 times more efficient. But you could imagine something like this could make AI 1,000 times more efficient.
So if you pair the new efficient algorithms with purpose-designed chips, you could have very computationally efficient AI.
That would crash.
But this wouldn't like give you better answers per se. It would be better at agentic tasks, to my understanding.
I think Oak is specifically for agentic tasks, right? It's not general purpose models.
Yeah, so you would imagine that LLMs are like totally here to stay from a knowledge perspective and like a knowledge retrieval perspective. But then for agents, because right now agents are built on top of LLMs.
Yeah.
Right? So this would just like substitute that.
Yeah, which makes sense. You don't need, especially, I probably wouldn't even use a general purpose agent. I'd want my agent to be very like single purpose, very good at what exactly it's designed for. And it seems like this specific algorithm is good for that. You don't necessarily need to build your agent on a general purpose LLM.
Depends on what you're trying to do.
Depends on what you're trying to do. But for a lot of like agentic use cases, especially if you have like multiple agents doing, like the more purpose-built your agent is, often the stronger it can be.
So Sutton doesn't like LLMs. He says he sees LLMs as mimicry, non-intelligence.
Fair.
Valid.
Yeah, good prompt, good prediction machines, right? Yeah.
They have no goal in the world, no ground truth beyond what did the corpus say, and his deeper objection, no genuine world model in the RL sense. They can't predict what will happen if they act, only what would be said. I don't know. Like LLMs are not just LLMs anymore. They have RL VR. They understand like how to do math, for example. So it's not just like The
But that's
LLMs
just
that
a
we have are
function
not
of like
pure
training.
LLMs.
Like it's not a function of like it architecturally is like created to learn math.
It totally is.
Wait, this is Rob's his 2019 article, right? So
The bitter lesson, yeah.
yeah, I mean, in 2019, that's super fair. Like that was not the state of LLMs.
No, I'm saying this what he's saying about LLMs was from 2025. The bitter lesson article was from 2019.
Yeah. LLMs as a whole, what you're using today is the like for frontier models have all of those capabilities on top of the LLMs.
Yeah, so he says as a matter of engineering, they'd be a component at best. That's understandable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As a matter of prediction, he expects them to plateau at the ceiling of human knowledge. The industry's current success is real but bounded. I think like this is possible, but also like people take this kind of thing to imply that LLM, like once LLM research hits a ceiling, then it's over for the AI industry, and they won't be able to figure out.
At all.
Yeah, this is not what that means at all.
No.
Yeah,
it's more of like shifting into a real world understanding of like physics and like spatial data, like things like that.
Yeah. I guess like the larger point that they're trying to say through this algorithm is, he says, the fundamental reason why current systems cannot learn well from noisy online data streams is because of limitations with SGDs. And so, yeah, I guess what they're trying to do with their...
Yeah, I think it's possible that like we end up looking back at like LLMs as like an evolution of search. Sorry, not to hate on LLMs. They're very useful. They're awesome. But like eventually I think that's what it ends up looking like. But it still is like infrastructure. Like it's still like so important. Even agents run on it, you know. Even VLMs, like there's video models that run, everything runs on LLMs. But it's like ultimately there will be something that surpasses it.
And if this ties back to what we talked about with language, or what we talked about with Claude's language thing, you're going to have noisy associations, and it's going to be different noise depending on the language that you're actually being trained on. And so I guess this is exactly his point, is how do you not allow the noise to change the weights and, you know, make more efficient continual learning.
Exciting time.
Yeah, this is cool. Network IDBD and this algorithm. Their new paper, Event-Driven Neural Networks with Batch Size 1 Learning Algorithms, that I'm going to assume dives into this algorithm like even deeper, says coming soon. So it's not published. And the one that they said right now about learning from experience instead of curated data sets literally came out this morning. Came out today before we did our morning review between then and now.
Great.
So you're getting the first primary source, like straight from
the first secondary
hot off
source.
the press. Yeah. Secondary. We're not
But
primary. We're not primary, but
Yep.
Hot off the press.
All right.
Farm to table news.
Exciting
Farm to table.
stuff. We'll be right back.
We will BRB.
It's time for monitoring the sponsors. Starting with Neon. Scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents built by Databricks. Neon.com/MTS.
Shout out to 11 Labs, AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS.
Next up, we have Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance and really cool mugs as well. So go check it out at konghq.com.
So true.
We have not washed those mugs since we have used them, so we don't have dish soap in this office.
Do not reveal the MTS secrets.
Don't reveal the MTS
Oh my god,
secrets.
I'm gonna get doxxed.
Yeah. We should blitz to get some soap. Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5x faster at blitzy.com. blitzy.com.
Wow, this ad read went by quickly. Just like AdQuick, make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital. AdQuick.com.
You guys want some soap? I want some macro scope.
Okay.
The AI code base understanding for
We're pushing it,
engineering
we're pushing
leaders. Macroscope.com/MTS.
Shout
Those are
out
our
Neon,
sponsors.
11 Labs, Kong, Blitzy, AdQuick, Macroscope, and we'll be right back. We are back with Nico Christie, who is a co-founder of Fundamental Research Labs and the creator of Shortcut, which is essentially superhuman Excel. We just had him on last week, and he's already back to announce some very exciting results with the Microsoft Excel World Champion. So, Nico, welcome back to MTS.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, it's super cool if you're like a little bit of a geek, but the Microsoft Excel World Championships is like a new-ish esport that has been growing and growing. And about a year ago, like I had mentioned, we had built Shortcut, which was the first agent that can do Excel work better than most humans. It created a big moment, and like a bunch of people started competing in the space, and we started growing and growing and like getting a lot better for a lot of reasons we can get into. But I felt, as of just recently, it was better than, or probably better in the right hands than the best human in the world. And like in this space, for some reason, it's kind of an objective thing. Like the best human is known. His name is Michael Jarman or Dim Early. So I had them both come out, and I flew out to San Diego with Michael and Dim. Michael serving as my main competitor in a head-to-head battle, official on the official Microsoft Excel World Championship cases. And we were judged live by Dim Early and with a live audience. And we competed on all 4 cases. It was quite nerve-wracking. And we actually just posted the full results to YouTube. But with Shortcut, I came away with the win in 3-1.
So what does it actually mean to be like the world champion of Excel? Like what
What
does the world champion of Excel
at
do?
Excel?
Yes.
Yeah, you wouldn't believe how good people are. So there's 2 different categories of competition. There's the Financial Modeling World Cup and the Microsoft Excel World Championship. These have consolidated into like the same organization, but the Financial Modeling World Cup is like very, very heavy finance work. Think like what people are doing in banking, what they're doing in private equity, and what they're doing in like M&A, for example. But you're building very detailed financial models over, like for example, one of our cases, case 3, was a 90-minute LBO model build out with a bolt-on acquisition scenario that you have to determine if you want to go for or not. You might spend a whole day at least building an LBO if you're in private equity. We had 90 minutes and it had to be done to the same standard. So these people are like an order of magnitude faster than most humans. And you feel that when you watch them. Like there's this cliche of like they don't touch the mouse on Excel. That's like how you know you're pretty good. These people like hardly breathe. They don't even read the instructions. Like they're pure cranking, like the most intense esports you've ever seen. There's also that's in the Financial Modeling World Cup, and there's like a series of easier to harder ones. There's also the Microsoft Excel World Championship, which is usually more of like a gamified contest of like a rapid fire, like go rebuild World of Warcraft in Excel. And it's just like you're really pushing the limits of like just competitive creativity within Excel because it's so open-ended. Yeah, so we competed on 3 Financial Modeling World Cup questions and then 1 Microsoft Excel World Championship. And it was actually clear to me that like the same way AI fails in coding, it fails in Excel, which is like it will take the path of least resistance. But if you know how to use it, like you could get through that, especially with the frontier models now. So I had actually done a few practice cases before heading into there to like know what I was getting into. And I realized that with like adequate prompting and adequate verification loops, I could get a perfect score. And on all 4, I got a perfect score, but it came down to timing. But we are no longer bottlenecked on intelligence on Excel, really, and at least in this domain. As in, I didn't use the best model. I didn't use Fable. And Sol came out like the day after. So I didn't use Sol either. I used Opus 4.8 fast, and I still got 100%, but it was like 5 to 8 times faster than Fable. So it's like the right spot for competitive time-based contests that you still need accuracy on.
Interesting. So is this like kind of decoupled from like being good at finance? Like how much is this just pure like financial knowledge versus like you actually have a fundamental understanding of like the functions within Excel and what they do and you're fast or whatever?
Right. You actually have to know finance for the Financial Modeling World Cup. And it's not a coincidence that like Dim was at BCG and then was at Deutsche Bank for like 10 years. Michael Jarman was at like an Excel specific modeling shop and then now private equity. Like you have to be a domain expert to even have a chance to compete. And then you have to be like an unbelievable competitive Excel user. Like for example, Excel now has Python in Excel and there are like custom functions you can write. You can write let lambdas and they are like essentially programming in Excel. Like that's how technical they are.
I see.
Interesting. So you mentioned video games. You're like, Excel is like watching someone who's really, really good at esports. Do you think that there's anything that you've learned that could help you create an agent that's superhuman at video games? Like specifically very sort of
Yeah.
high dimensional open
Mhm.
world. Like, you can already be superhuman at checkers or chess.
Yeah, could you make
But
like a
Right,
Minecraft
right.
survival agent or something?
yeah.
Well, yeah. I don't know if you guys remember. My company built the first Minecraft agents 2 years ago. But we
Oh,
started our.
did you mention that before?
I might have, or I might not have.
That's
It was,
crazy.
and we built the first survival agent. You would play alongside it. It would follow you. It would try to survive the night, fight zombies, build itself like a shelter. We then put 1,000 of them together in a society. And yeah, I think it's the same like open-ended weird research we're doing that lend itself to both of those things, which is funny that you would ask.
I see.
But yeah, Excel is more verifiable than is some games, but it's not entirely verifiable either, as in like there's a presentation layer, and some games are not perfectly verifiable either, like Minecraft even. Like you can try to survive the night, but there's other elements to think about. Yeah, there's a lot to it. And I think some of the other weird ones that will happen independent of like our research is when these models get significantly faster, like an order of magnitude faster, so many new things are going to be able to be possible. Like a year ago, I had heard that Cerebras was going to come online and we were going to be able to get to the frontier OpenAI models at like 10 to 20 times faster. And I still don't think we know what that means. Like, I think we're going to have mouses that follow us on the screen and they no longer conflict with our GUI because they're so fast. Like, and that's going to open up so many cool things in games. I can't imagine. It's going to be such a fun time to be a founder.
Yeah, definitely. So what else about the, like about the Excel World Championship, did you find interesting? Or like, did you find anything different about how agents traverse it versus how humans traverse it?
To me, I thought the most noteworthy thing is humans are still like verification bottlenecked. And this is going to be a weird thing for us to just think about in the future, is that like, I feel kind of strongly that you should not let your own understanding limit you from doing things. And you kind of have to separate understanding from doing. And for the first time, you can do a lot of things that you don't understand. And that doesn't mean that you should not do them because you're going to be really limited in the future. So I was doing all of this unbelievably fast Excel work. And like, I know Excel, but I hadn't built a LBO professionally. And I actually didn't have the time nor the technical ability to assess whether I was right or wrong. But what I had was a mastery of AI and knowing that if I summoned enough independent adversarial review subagents of both Sol and Fable or whatever, that there was very little chance of me being wrong if they all converged on some kind of truth. And I think we're all going to be able to do these things that we don't understand soon. And we need both AI to give us the tools to verify somehow. And we also need to get comfortable just admitting we don't know and it's okay. Like if you're going to only do what you understand, you're going to be really slow soon, which is so weird.
What do you think are like the first like things that people don't understand that they're like already? I feel like there's a ton of non-technical people that are coding and that's just like commonplace now. But what's like the next step to that? Like what are we going to not understand and then still like begin to all do very heavily?
Well, yeah, it's I mean, I imagine like in the coding equivalent, I don't look at the code, right? Like I check, does it pass tests? Does it introduce bugs? Do the logs look healthy afterwards? When I use the product, does it feel right? I assume the next level will be like, I no longer need it to be my proposed solution. There will be problems that manifest themselves to agents, and I will trust them to have a clever idea for how to resolve it and for them to self-verify their progress or not. And I will live at like the CPO level that has product managers, but I won't be the product manager level anymore. And I think in Excel, it'll be the same thing. Like, for example, I won't build out my quarterly operating model. Like I will have it build it out and I won't even update earnings. Like when earnings come out, I won't have to move from estimates to actuals. I'll let it do it. And then I will let it flag me like, hey, listen, our holdings are really sus here. Like we had an idea that estimates were going to be here, actuals are here, and we should do something, your call. But like that is at least 1 or 2 levels beyond where we are now. And it's the equivalent, I think, to where we go in code, except for code is really built for it. Like I'm sure you guys like sometimes go to sleep and like you're running agents in the cloud. Like you can't do that. Can't do that in Excel. Excel does not run headlessly. And I think it's going to be a fascinating time for Microsoft Excel, as in their whole thing is a religious commitment to backwards compatibility. And that has made like every version of Excel work on every computer. It cost them a little bit in the era of like high performance internet because then Google Sheets came out and they couldn't do it. But AI is way scarier than that. And unless you can do some big bets to make AI run headlessly, I think Excel will have its first real challenge in like 40 plus years.
So what kinds of things can like standard sort of LLM agents like ChatGPT or Claude in Excel not do? Like what are things that serious Excel pros can do that most LLM agents that most people are using can't?
So there's two categories of things. One, things it can't do because it's not intelligent enough, and there's very few. And then there's a category of things that it cannot do because there are structural reasons that it just is unable to. For the first category, what we see is that like dozen plus tab financial models of hundreds of thousands of cells, aka thousands and thousands of rows across dozens of columns, which is very realistic for finance. Like you will see this all the time. Things that take humans like 10 to 40 or 50 hours to build, the models cannot one-shot them. And like our agent gets you to about 85% of the way there. Claude for Excel will get you to like 65. And that difference matters, but it only matters for the frontier. The same way that like only you can tell the difference between Fable and Soul, but like any vanilla person, even some devs won't tell the difference anymore. So only the frontier can tell the difference in intelligence when it comes to like what it can do. But then the other bottleneck is actually more structural, which is manyfold, but it's one, it doesn't run headlessly, which is a whole huge problem. The other one is that like you cannot write or edit existing VBAs, which is like the old scripting language for Excel. You cannot work with them. You cannot write them. You cannot do iterative recalc. You cannot do what-if goal seek analysis. You cannot do multi-workbooks in parallel, and you can't do cross-workbook references. These are like the structural things that the Office.js API does not afford you. So either we will find work around that, or Excel will make their product more agent-friendly. But agent-friendly plus headless, I think, is like for sure what Excel, if I had to bet my life on it, is like what they're working on, because it's a huge problem, and agents are already starting to prefer writing LibreOffice Calc or writing Openai Excel because of these problems.
Right. Well, congrats on the Excel championship. Amazing stuff. Nico, thank you so much for coming on MTS.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks so much. Did not know that was a thing.
Yeah,
well, it's a good thing. You should
you
watch
learn
it.
something new every day.
See you
back. We are back. We are live with Finn Brown, who is a co-founder of Aqua Voice, which makes speech and audio AI. So, Finn, welcome to MTS.
Thanks, guys. Great to be here.
Absolutely. So, tell the audience a little bit about what Aqua Voice does and how it's different from other voice audio AI startups.
Absolutely. So, Aqua does voice input. We do our own voice input models, our own voice input clients, and the emphasis is on quality. So, speed is at least half the game when it comes to anything having to do with audio. And there's always a trade-off between speed and quality. So, if you've used products like Dragon way back in the day, or maybe Whisper Flow, or the little microphone in ChatGPT, we give you voice input that's much higher quality and understands your screen, knows about your history, your voice in particular, all in less than 500 milliseconds, touch of the button. And you can use it on desktop, any platform, or iOS, and it's free to start.
Awesome.
Cool. So when you say any platform, is this lives inside its own app, right?
Correct. And this is one of the things that's been a huge, I guess, benefit for the power users that are really our core customer, because 6 agents running at a time, that used to be a high number. Now maybe that's bare minimum. And you're switching between all these different windows, switching between all these different people running Codex and Claude and their own thing all at the same time. And you really want one voice stack that sort of understands all that context, but goes across all the different surfaces. And we put a lot of energy and invested a lot in being by far the best at understanding a lot of technical terminology, coding terms. How should you format a file name? What does it mean if you say commit and push? You might be surprised that a lot of the benchmarks that people report are basically from 2000 to 2010, and pretty out of date. And good score on the leaderboard doesn't necessarily translate into something you're going to want to use and actually replace your keyboard with. And so, yeah, we focus a lot on being great for developers. And, so we roll our own models, the Avalon series, and they do bench very well on these sort of industry standard ones. But we've released version 1, we're about to release version 2 of AI Speak, which is basically a gigantic dictionary of the way people talk to AIs, which is very different than talking to humans, very different than how you talk on an earnings call. And getting that right is pretty important, because the agent isn't necessarily now just editing code. It might actually have your AWS keys. And so you really want to make sure that it knows the difference between do and don't, and different examples, but something like that.
So what do you think has been like the primary friction against like voice as a modality, like just a widespread modality, instead of typing? Like public spaces is kind of an obvious one. It seems correct, like directionally, to bet on something that would be like you'd be presumably alone and it's just like your agents.
Yeah, I think there's some social pressure, but like many things, we're kind of in this takeoff zone. So people are getting overwhelmed by the power, not only of the agents on the sort of coding side, but also by the power of a voice to drive them. And so, I'm dyslexic. I'm a terrible speller. I've been using voice input since like 6th grade. But a bunch of people on the team are basically converts over the last year. And it basically became clear to them that when the models got to a certain level of power, you were going to be prompting them so much. Yeah, you just do have to switch to voice. And I think a canary in the coal mine was when the OpenClaw basically solo dev said he was prompting so much with voice he lost his voice. And I think that kind of shows you how the future will be. I think the big barrier, frankly, it does often come down to accuracy, and is it actually faster? I mean, accuracy maybe is sort of doesn't exactly capture. If I have to edit something, or I basically realize halfway through that it's doing the wrong thing, it's not faster, it's not easier. And for a lot of people, that's just been true for a while. I mean, anybody who pulls out their iPhone knows if you try to text with that built-in system, it's honestly not even worth it. You might as well just pull over and or yeah, something like that.
So, how big of a deal is GPT Live, which just came out, and Gemini Live, and other live interaction agents? It seems to have been, I guess, really hyped in like 2024, back in the original GPT 4.0 advanced voice mode days. And I don't really see people talking about uh, interacting with live interaction, like voice models, as much as you see people posting about like coding agents, for example.
I think that's right, and I'll do a very short history of something that people outside of voice might not know. At let's just say the day after GPT-4 was released, you had a lot of the big labs stop investing in standalone voice models because they were sure, they were certain it was all going to get rolled into one big gigantic model, right? It was going to go multimodal, it understand images, it understand voice. And that didn't really work that well. Didn't become a hit. And it was actually the RL post training and kind of coding stuff that drove a lot of the LLM progress. And so now you kind of have a lot of this stuff coming back. This is sort of Moshi architecture, the full duplex architecture. I mean, OpenAI doesn't say this, but it's pretty obvious, right? The way they do the learned turn detection and can output and input at the same time. That's really impressive, and that's clearly an architectural change. That's not standard, GPT transformer LLM generate next token type of thing, and that is a pretty significant change, because before then it was something like Whisper plus an LLM, and so I think it's quite significant. And even you play with it, there's some kind of production hiccups just as it's coming out, but it's a pretty high quality model. I think, we don't know, but I probably guess it's something like a 40 billion parameter MOE, maybe 5-6 billion active parameter LLM that's just been kind of trained, mutated into the duplex architecture. And that's pretty powerful. And it seems like that is probably where voice is going to go, more so than take some 1 trillion parameter plus model and then slap an adapter layer on it and pass voice embeddings directly in, which was sort of the angle people were working on more, say, 12 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that everything is like sort of shifting in a direction that's more conversational? Like, do you think even agentic workflows will become conversational, and you'll sort of like, as a developer, as a prompter or whatever, be more open to just like natural language, like voice prompting, and then also getting voice output?
Yes, there are challenges, right? I mean, just in the same way that when you start a new Claude Code session, it has to go like read all the files basically from scratch.
Mm-hmm.
One of the problems with anything conversational is, when humans use voice, yes, it's very natural to us, but it's an incredibly rich modality, human to human, because it tells you all these things about the internal state of their brain, their emotions, how well they understand something, whether they're actually listening to you or not. And this is actually not true about how the models work. I mean, they can sort of imitate the way that we talk, but it's not true that the level of understanding of a topic is necessarily correlated with, what ChatGPT voice mode sounds like. Does it sound sure or not sure? No, it'll confidently say something that's totally wrong or sound, and so how that's really going to evolve remains to be seen. At Aqua, we are really kind of focused on these, I think, almost more charismatic movie montage moments of voice. So I do think voice is collaborative. You could say it's conversational, but if you think about something like, let's say like a Transformers military montage where, they're on the radio and they're calling in an airstrike, and okay, it's a collaborative voice-to-voice interface. That's what they're using, but it's really driving actions and about kind of getting things done. I think that's what I think no one has quite found the formula, right? Are you really supposed to talk to Claude Code and then wait 45 minutes for it to finish? How's that a conversation? Whose job is going to be what in terms of understanding context, understanding, how this person talks and what they're about in life? It's clearly helpful to know about that if you're going to try to understand what they're saying, but you have to limit that if you want to hit the latency targets that people expect, 200, 500 milliseconds, something like that. I think Fable, you often wait in a queue, at least today, for 10 seconds before you even get a token. So balancing all that is still a challenge. I expect it'll be a challenge for a while.
Right. So what other applications do you think there are of like just really good voice models, like live voice models? Obviously, there's just like good speech recognition for text input on a computer. There's AI companions. You can finally get your like Grok AI girlfriend or whatever. But like, what are the less obvious ones?
Well, this is obvious in a way, but I think how far we'll be able to take it will shock people, which is when you start to really do actions and sequence actions, right? If you think about it, again, it's a sort of Transformers montage or the captain of a ship commanding a ship. That is not a conversation, right? It's not that he's waiting for somebody to basically say, oh, great idea. Somebody has to go do an action and then report back via voice, okay, full left rudder or something. I think that's going to be incredibly fun. And whether it's a LARP in a video game, I think you'll see a lot of that, like basically voice-driven video games. And I think you'll see it for productivity, desktop, phone as well. And if you think about the interface to the autonomous enterprise of the future, yeah, voice is going to be the main driver of that. And I think it's going to be super duper fun to do that kind of work. Even something as simple as chopping through your email with a high quality assistant via voice in a way that seems natural, I think is going to be a huge upgrade for a lot of people. I mean, we've sort of seen demos of this so far, but nobody has really fully replaced their sort of email or messaging workflow with voice just yet. But that's all coming.
What about the sort of like real-time aspect of models, like interaction models recently are kind of like geared towards this of like there's a certain like conversational delay or lack thereof in the real world where it makes it so much more seamless and you don't have to like sort of wait for it to reason. Like, do you think you see that a path towards that getting significantly better?
I do. I think one of the things that you can see with GPT Live was if you could take like 6 components where you'd have maybe ASR running, you might do speaker identification, you might do turn detection, all as basically separate steps, and then try to feed that into a large language model as text. When you roll all that up, it does get a lot more natural. And I'd say that's the first of a lot of architectural roll-ups that you'll see in the voice space, where you can just get a pretty significant performance bump by taking components and replacing them with one big thing that can sort of have all the layers talk to each other. And I think even GPT Live, there's still probably a long way to go. I would expect actually on the data front more than necessarily on parameters and making that exceptionally natural. But yeah, that's clearly a much more powerful approach than just kind of fine tuning or hand tuning a lot of the smaller things. I would almost say it's the same analogy we've seen again and again, right? Full self-driving, the end-to-end thing's much stronger than having the proverbial cone model and lane model. And yeah.
Awesome.
Right. Well, super interesting. We will have voice AI. Can't wait for really, really good voice agents and everything. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, so we can live in the movie Her.
Yeah.
So hyped for that.
That movie was really
Her. It was a great movie.
The last thing I'll say, her is great, but I think you will have at least 2 different modalities. Okay, you have your Her AI girlfriend, and then also Destroyer Captain, military montage, basically action-oriented rhythmic voice that's connected to powerful systems. I think you want to get both. And yeah, I mean, the last thing I'll say is if you guys have seen any of this stuff, it's sort of futuristic where you don't actually verbalize the words, right? You just mouth them. That seems kind of cool.
Or you think them.
Or okay, full telepathy, full just think, that's totally badass. But if you have to mouth the words, I would say that's putting us in a pod, and we don't want to go in the pod, right? This is supposed to be harnessing human agency and letting you do awesome stuff in the world. And I think voice will be a huge part of it, but we've got to make sure that, yeah, it gets hooked up to systems and people can control them with voice instead of just, I don't know, like doing call center work by moving their tongue or something that's way less charismatic.
Totally. Well, thank you so much, Vin. It was great having you on, and we'll be right back.
Thanks, guys.
time for monitoring the sponsors once again. Starting with Neon. Scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents built by Databricks. Neon.com/MTS.
Shout out to 11 Labs, AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS.
Thank you to Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance. KongHQ.com.
Shout out to Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise codebases. Ship 5x faster at blitzy.com.
Thank you to AdQuick. Make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital. AdQuick.com.
And finally, big thank you to Macroscope, the AI codebase understanding for engineering leaders. Macroscope.com/MTS.
Shout out Neon, 11 Labs, Kong, Blitzy, AdQuick, and Macroscope. And
Goats.
we'll be back.
We'll be back tomorrow.